Chapter 509, Training Class, Mrs. Shengguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fong and her mother _1. Madame Mo said, "So, I also found it strange, Yang Yang's mom looks a lot like Aching, but the location doesn't match. How could a 3-year-old child travel thousands of kilometers alone? It wasn't likely for human traffickers either, because in those times, there were abandoned baby girls everywhere, so why would traffickers steal a baby girl? If they were going to steal, they should steal a baby boy." "Did you ask how old Yang Yang's mom is today?" the old master Mo continued. "No, I didn't," said Madame Mo. "I'll go ask Lulu." Having said that, Madame Mo turned around and walked towards Mo Kishin's room. "Lulu." Madame Mo knocked on the door. "Mom." It took a while before Mo Kishin finally opened the door. "Lulu, I want to ask you something." Madame Mo spoke while walking in. "Go ahead." Mo Kishin pulled out a chair for Madame Mo to sit down. "How old is your mother-in-law this year?" Madame Mo asked straight away. "Why do you ask this?" Mo Kishin wondered. Madame Mo said, "Well, I've been thinking about introducing a match for your mother-in-law." "Introduce a match?" Mo Kishin looked at Madame Mo with a strange expression. He now had a little aunt who was still breastfeeding. Would they create a little uncle for him too? She was 36 last year, so she's 37 now. Mo Kishin poured a cup of tea for Madame Mo 37. Madame Mo calculated inside her heart, this age was just right for Zheng Tingting. "So, are there still people on your mother-in-law's side?" Madame Mo continued to ask. "According to Yang Yang, she seems to have an uncle, but he's in jail because he got into some trouble." Mo Kishin explained vaguely. Madame Mo nodded her head, and then said, "So, Yang Yang's maternal grandparents are gone then?" "Yes." Mo Kishin continued, "Yang Yang's family situation is quite simple, her paternal grandparents and father's side have also passed away." Madame Mo sighed, "It hasn't been easy for Yang Yang. Losing so many loved ones at such a young age, now she not only has to support herself but also her mother and sister. Most importantly, she was still able to make life so prosperous. Not all girls have such a bold spirit." Having said that, Madame Mo added, "Lulu, you must treat Yang Yang well in the future, you are not allowed to bully her, okay?" Madame Mo didn't know how many times she had said this. Mo Kishin nodded and smiled, "Don't worry, I know." "Well then, I won't disturb your sleep anymore. I'm going back." Madame Mo turned around and went towards the door. Mo Kishin saw her off. "Mom, wait a minute." "What is it?" Madame Mo turned back. Mo Kishin continued, "Who are you planning to introduce to my mother-in-law?" Madame Mo said, "I originally wanted to introduce Dahui to her, but Mrs. Liu said Dahui is about to get engaged to her niece. I'm still scouting someone." "Oh." Mo Kishin nodded. After Madame Mo returned to her room, the old master Mo immediately asked, "How is it?" Madame Mo said, "The age of Yang Yang's mom is similar to Tingting's, it's just that the family background does not match. Yang Yang's mom also has a brother at her house, and Tsuehua grew up in the countryside. During those times the preference for boys over girls was even more severe. Who would go and adopt a daughter for no reason? Maybe a family that was unable to bear children would." Old Master Mo continued, "Stop worrying about these things, it's been so many years, if Tingting were still around, she would have been found. If not, there's probably not much hope." Madame Mo casually threw a pillow at Old Master Mo. "Can you say something nice for once?" "What do you mean by no hope? What if Aching hears this, how sad would she be?" Old Master Mo rubbed his nose. "Didn't you always say I have a prophet's mouth? Are you proud of that?" Old Master Mo. "Today is the birthday of Madame Shengguan, so the entire Shengguan family is gathered. But they're all just family. Because it wasn't her actual birthday, Madame Shengguan didn't want to make a big fuss. Besides Shengguan Dahui, Shengguan Su, and Shengguan Shi, Shengguan Furong, her daughter, and Zhou Guojun, her son-in-law, as well as her grandchild Zhou Long and granddaughter Zhou Feng were also present. Madame Shengguan sat at the head of the table, glowing with health. In a moment, she put down her chopsticks and looked at Shengguan Dehui. Dehui, how are things going with Lin Feng? Chapter 510, Training Class, Lady Shengguan exposes the true faces of Lin Feng and her mother _2. That's fine. Shengguan Dehui quickly put down his chopsticks. Lin Feng is the kind of woman who knows how to manage a household, and that's precisely what he's lacking, a wife. That's how their relationship stands. Since you've said it's fine, then it's good. Madame Shengguan hesitated for a moment and then continued, Dehui, you're of age now, and Lin Feng isn't a young girl anymore. When you have some free time, bring her home for all of us to meet, and let's settle the wedding date early. Mom, we can't simply settle such matters all of a sudden. Shengguan Furong jumped in, what does that woman do for a living? Is she worthy of my brother? Don't let him marry a woman with ulterior motives. Shengguan Furong graduated from a postgraduate program, and the Zhou family is a traditional aristocratic family. Therefore, she always carries around an air of arrogance and particularly values equal social status in marriage. She does not want a sister-in-law unfit for public appearances. Shengguan, she said with a smile, Auntie, rest assured. Aunt Lin comes from an educated family, and even has a scholar among her ancestors 3 generations ago. Aunt Lin is also quite accomplished, she's currently teaching in a kindergarten. Shengguan Furong nodded, an educated background is good. Your father has always been an excellent student, and if he marries any woman with just a junior high school education, it would not only be unsuitable, but they also wouldn't have common topics to discuss. Besides, being a teacher is a respectable job. In 1980s China, besides workers, there were 3 other prime professions. They were doctors, teachers, and public servants. Shengguan Furong has a higher level of education, so she could accept cultured people more easily. Was that woman married before? Or has she always been single? Shengguan Furong then asked. Shengguan, she replied, Aunt Lin was married once before, but her husband died in a car accident a few years ago. She's been living alone ever since. She has a daughter named Changyu, who is 18 this year. Shengguan Furong said, it's okay if it's a girl, she's bound to get married sooner or later anyway. If it were a boy, she would have to worry about whether he will compete with Shengguan Su for an inheritance. Does she have any other family members? Shengguan Furong continued. Shengguan, she replied, oh yes, Aunt Lin also tends to her sick, bedridden mother-in-law. Shengguan Furong slightly frowned. Madame Shengguan chuckled and said, having a bedridden mother-in-law isn't a problem, we can just hire a caregiver when the time comes. What I value the most is Lin Feng's character. Her willingness to care for her sick mother-in-law for many years without complaint shows that she is not a bad person. Shengguan Furong initially had some reservations, but upon hearing Madame Shengguan's words, she didn't have much to argue about anymore. She turned her head towards Shengguan Dehui and asked, so big brother, when are you planning to bring her home so we can see her? On the matter of remarrying, Shengguan Dehui has always been rather passive. Upon hearing this, he replied, there's no need to rush. I'll discuss this with Xiaolin when I have the time. Aren't you off work tomorrow? Just ask Xiaolin out tomorrow, and talk to her about it. Dehui, at your age, every minute is precious. You can't delay Xiaolin. Emichim, I understand. Shengguan Dehui nodded. Shengguan Furong stared thoughtfully at Shengguan Dehui. After dinner, she made a point to find Shengguan Dehui. Big brother. What is it? Shengguan Dehui looked at Shengguan Furong. Brother, are you still thinking about Daya? Shengguan Furong narrowed her eyes. No. Shengguan Dehui kept a straight face, it's been so many years, I'm surprised you still remember. That incident created such a huge uproar back then. How could Shengguan Furong possibly forget? Shangguan Dehui almost ended up a confirmed bachelor. If it hadn't been for Madame Shangguan's threat, he would still be alone even now. Speaking of it, Shangguan Dehui is a man of deep affection, it's just a pity that fate can be so cruel. Big brother, you should stop thinking about her. Shangguan Furong continued, Daya might not even remember who you are. You're the only one pining for her all these years. In truth, Shangguan Furong made a lot of sense. If Daya remembered Shangguan Dehui or also liked him, they wouldn't have missed each other all these years. Besides, in Shangguan Furong's eyes, Daya was simply not worthy of Shangguan Dehui. After all, Daya was just a country girl. She was a servant girl back then and is probably a rural housewife now. Her status just doesn't match the Shangguan family's. Chapter 511, Training Class, Mrs. Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother _3. Shangguan Dehui said with a smile, you're overthinking it. Shangguan Furong said, that Lin Fang seems to have decent qualifications, and though she may not come from a wealthy background, she's presentable. Brother, you must seize the opportunity well. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Then Shangguan Dehui continued, brother, be honest with me, do you still have feelings for Daya? I've long forgotten about her. Shangguan Dehui said casually. Shangguan Furong said with a smile, if you've really forgotten, then why haven't you found someone new over all these years? Shangguan Dehui was silent for a while, eventually not saying much. During this period, having nearly finished dealing with other trivial matters including those concerning Li Xianxian, Ni Yang began to officially handle the restaurant's affairs. The renovation of the restaurant had already progressed by a third and was expected to open around August. Ni Yang wanted to create a different dining experience, prioritizing service first and then the dishes. After all, in the future there is a saying, service comes first. In the service indifferent 80s, elevating the overall service level would be a unique feature. Moreover, this time, Ni Yang was not setting up a budget restaurant, but venturing into a high-end restaurant, implementing a VIP membership system with no branches, just this one exclusive establishment. After all, scarcity breeds value. To elevate the overall service consciousness, there must be a distinctive corporate culture and a custom-made customer-first service manual. Having considered this early on, whenever Ni Yang had some free time, she would be found hunched over the table, drawing and writing. Indeed, what she was creating was this material. Ni Yang indeed had the advantage of experiences from her past life. As long as the marketing strategy remained unchanged, the rest was relatively simple. Early in the morning, Ni Yang had posted recruitment notices on the bulletin board next to the restaurant. Just as she finished posting, people began to gather around. The general manager's salary is 120 yuan, the deputy general manager's salary is 100 yuan, managers get 80 yuan, while regular waiters and food runners earn 40 yuan. Even dishwashers get 40 yuan. My goodness, am I seeing things? In this era, a teacher's salary is less than 30 yuan a month, and a waiter at a state-run hotel earns just 15 yuan a month, yet here, a regular waiter's salary goes up to 40 yuan a month. How could people not be surprised? Ni Yang stood by and said with a smile, you're not seeing things, it's really that much. If she wanted to offer a unique dining experience, naturally, she had to raise the wages. If everyone is getting the same salary, who would want to work themselves to the bone like a servant? An onlooking lady then asked, young lady, what is your role in this restaurant? Ni Yang replied with a gentle smile, I'm in charge of recruitment. The lady continued, young lady, then what position do you think would suit me? How old are you? Ni Yang asked. I'm 41 this year, the lady answered. Being 41 certainly wouldn't work for a front house position. Ni Yang said, you could consider working in logistics. What do logistics involve? Asked the curious lady. That would be cleaning and dishwashing, Ni Yang explained. The lady nodded, that could work. I might not be good at other things, but am good at washing dishes. In this era, private enterprises are scarce, and it's tough to get into state-owned units without connections. Even for a dishwashing job, the lady didn't expect that she could earn 40 yuan a month just washing dishes. It was almost like found money. Yang handed the lady a form and a pen. If you are interested, please fill this out, and join us the day after tomorrow morning for a medical checkup at the hospital to get a health certificate. The day after that, you can start the pre-employment training. Since Yang was in the catering industry, health was very important. A medical checkup? The lady was stunned. Young lady, this isn't some sort of trick to get me to do a health check, is it? A full-body checkup costs a yuan. Yang said with a laugh, the cost will be covered by our restaurant, you won't need to pay a penny. Really? The lady was a bit skeptical. Really? Yang nodded. That's better, continued the lady, so what's this training about? Is there a salary during the training period? The training period lasts a month, and the salary will be paid as usual. Really? The lady was somewhat incredulous. Is there really such a great deal in the world? Yang smiled faintly and countered, first, we aren't asking you for any money, and second, we don't want anything from you. What do you think I could deceive you out of? Besides, do you think Beijing's police would let me openly deceive people here? Chapter 512, Training Class, Lady Shengguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother. 4. Joking aside, the police in Beijing are not to be trifled with. It's an era of severe crackdown. Who would dare to scam like this? Unless they want to serve a heavy sentence. After Yang explained this, the old lady immediately dropped her guard and began filling out the form. Seeing how quickly the old lady filled out the form, the second and third applicants approached quickly. They were a mix of men and women, young and old, all applying for waitering, food delivering, and logistic positions. There were no applicants for the positions of general manager, deputy manager, and manager. However, Yang was not shocked. After all, these positions required experience and a certain level of education. Also, it was only the first day of advertisement. Many people were still not aware of this opportunity. She believed there would definitely be inquiries tomorrow. In the evening, Yang took a detour to Walt Road on her way home and bought some meat, vegetables, and pastries to take along. Although they had received the 10,000 yuan from Zheng Xianjing, Zhou Tianbao had not moved from his place. He was illiterate and could only earn a living as a laborer. However, the income from this work was barely enough to feed him, so he had to save the money for Fua's future wedding. As for education, he had already given up on the hope of Fua going to school. As long as Fua could grow up safely, get married, and pass down the Zhou family line, he would be satisfied. Sister Yang. Seeing Yang, Fua ran over enthusiastically, and hugged Yang. Fua, there is mud on your hands, don't dirty Sister Yang's clothes. Zhou Tianbao followed behind. Hearing this, Fua immediately let go of Yang. Yang smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. Fua, these are presents for you and your dad. Are you happy? Yang handed the bag in her hand to Fua. Fua hesitated and did not accept it right away. Because his father had told him that Sister Yang had already done a lot for them. They couldn't always be asking for more. Take it. Zhou Tianbao said, Miss Ni, you don't need to bring something every time you come. You've already helped our family a lot. Yang said, it's just a small token of appreciation, not a big deal. Please let Fua accept it. Zhou Tianbao didn't know what to say. He was really moved. Miss Ni, you are really a good person. Yang was not only a good person, but also a blessing to their family. Ever since they met Yang, his health had improved greatly, Sun Dalian had been found, and they had even unexpectedly received 10,000 yuan. With this 10,000 yuan, they finally had something to rely on in Beijing. Miss Ni, don't stand outside. Come inside and sit down. Fua hopped and skipped ahead to open the door for Yang. The room was no longer as dirty and messy as before. Everything inside was neatly arranged, and it looked very comfortable at first glance. Zhou Tianbao took out the best tea leaves in the house and busily prepared tea for Ni Yang. Meanwhile, Fua took out his cherished candies. Sister Ni Yang, have some candy. Thank you, Fua. Ni Yang picked up a piece of candy. The candy had been stored for so long that it had stuck to its wrapper. However, Ni Yang didn't mind. Under Zhou Fua's expectant gaze, she unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth. Miss Ni, be careful. It's hot. Zhou Tianbao put the teacup in front of Ni Yang. Thank you. Ni Yang continued, by the way, Fua's dad, are you still working at the grain store? Yes, Zhou Tianbao nodded. Ni Yang asked, how much do you earn in a month at the grain store? Zhou Tianbao answered, the grain store pays daily, 3 cents a day. 3 cents a day. Although she knew that the wages of laborers were low at that time, Ni Yang didn't expect that carrying grain, such a strenuous task, only paid 3 cents a day. That meant he only made 9 yuan a month, barely enough to get by. Have you thought about changing jobs? Ni Yang asked. After all, Fua is growing up, and he will need to attend primary school, middle school, high school, and university. Clearly, his current wage wasn't going to be enough for that. Only the wealthy could afford preschool in this era, so Ni Yang didn't mention it. Mentioning the issue of school, a bright light appeared in Fua's eyes. Zhou Tianbao smiled bitterly, I don't have an education, and I can't read. I can't find a better job. Even the job at the grain store cost me 3 yuan to get. I've thought about it, I won't let Fua go to school anymore. I have 10,000 yuan here. When Fua grows up, I'll take him back to the countryside, buy a house, and find a wife for him. Chapter 513, Training Class, Mrs. Shengwan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother. 5. The poor have their own way of living, as do the rich. Although it is impossible to find work without an education, it is still possible to return to the hometown and farm the land. Upon hearing this, Fua's eyes gradually darkened. He does not want to grow up to be like his father, but he is powerless to change the status quo. Ni Yang said, it's unacceptable not to let Fua go to school. I have a decent job here, would you like to try? What job? Zhou Tianbao asked. Warehouse manager, Ni Yang replied. What is a warehouse manager? Zhou Tianbao asked, somewhat puzzled. Ni Yang explained to him what a warehouse manager was. Ni Yang wanted to expand the restaurant, and a warehouse manager is definitely indispensable. Although the warehouse manager may seem like a minor role, it is actually very important as it manages the vital point of a restaurant. Ni Yang wouldn't trust anyone else with this position, but she could do so with Zhou Tianbao without hesitation. Zhou Tianbao is grateful and is not the same kind of person as Li Xianxian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianbao hesitated, I'm afraid I can't handle it, I can't read. What if I cause trouble for Ni Yang who trusts me so much? Ni Yang smiled and said, the warehouse manager checks the goods and equipment incoming and outgoing from the warehouse, keeps records, and distributes the goods. It's enough if you can make sure the accounts are correct, you don't need to recognize too many characters. I'm not asking you to start working right away, there's still over a month of training. Zhou Tianbao was somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Ni Yang continued, there will be a dedicated teacher to teach you. As long as you study hard, there will be no problem recognizing the basic characters. Adults, who have fully developed brains, can learn to recognize characters better than children as long as they are willing. Seeing that Zhou Tianbao was still indecisive, Ni Yang added, Fua is only 6 years old, his life has infinite possibilities. For the sake of Fua, you should give it a try. For a common family, education is perhaps not the only way out, but it is the best way. Among all things, only education is the most valuable. After a long hesitation, Zhou Tianbao finally accepted. All right, Miss I'll give it a try. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, rest assured, I won't let you down. Yang smiled and nodded, that's a deal. I believe in you. Come for training the day after tomorrow, the address is number 619, Jinxia Road. All right. Zhou Tianbao nodded. After finalizing this matter, Yang intended to say goodbye. Before leaving, Fua led Yang by the hand to show her his clay creations. Fua proudly said, Sister Yang, look, I made all these clay figures on my own. Yang looked at the clay figures, falling into an unexplained silence. After a while, she looked down at Fua and asked, Fua, what's your full name? Fua replied, my full name is Zhou Fua. Zhou Fua. Yang had originally thought Fua was just a nickname, but she never expected Fua to be his real name. Zhou Fua indeed. The later famous, large-scale jewelry brand that spread across the north and south was called Zhou Fua. Looking at how Fua was making clay figures, Yang was almost certain that Fua was the future founder of Zhou Fua Jewelry. The future jewelry magnate was different, even in the way he played with clay. Yang continued, Fua, could you tell me what these figures you've made are? Yang didn't expect to meet a future jewelry magnate. The feeling was quite mystical. Fua said, this is a ring, this is a bracelet, this is a gem necklace. Sister Yang, when I grow up, I will definitely buy these things and give them to you. Yang was surprised and said, really? Really? Fua nodded seriously. Not only these things, but he also wanted to give Sister Yang all the best things in the world. Yang smiled and said, then I should thank you in advance. Fua said shyly, you're welcome. The next day, Yang continued to recruit in front of the restaurant. As she predicted, the number of people who came to interview for the positions of general manager, deputy general manager, and manager increased on this day. After all, the salaries that she offered were relatively high. Under the attractive salaries, all positions were filled by the afternoon of the very same day. With the addition of the front of the house, the kitchen, logistics, and the managers, a total of 150 people were recruited. The restaurant has 3 floors in total, covering an area close to 2,000 square meters. It really wasn't too many to have 150 employees. Chapter 514, Training Class, Mrs. Shengguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother _6. It's still in the development phase now, it's fine to keep recruiting if it gets too busy later on. The next morning, Yen arranged for 3 buses to take everyone to the hospital for physical examinations. There were a lot of people, so Yen didn't return home until late in the evening. Once the health certificates were issued, it was time to start training. The training for logistics and front desk waitstaff were separate. Yen rented 2 large rooms as classrooms and hired 4 instructors. All 4 instructors were foreigners. Chinese people at this time still hadn't fully embraced the concept of good customer service, therefore, she had to bring in foreign instructors. Of course, the fees for the foreign instructors weren't cheap. But Yen didn't care about the cost. She was determined to make the restaurant successful and didn't begrudge spending money. Before training began, Yen gave a speech about her company culture and customer-first philosophy. These foreign instructors had been educated with the latest teaching methods, so they understood immediately what Yen meant. One foreign instructor gave Yen a thumbs up. Miss you are truly amazing. Who would think about putting customers first at this time? Even in Western countries, it was not a given to truly put customers first. Although this girl didn't look very old, her potential was enormous. China is becoming more and more powerful. Thank you. Yen smiled faintly. Yen sat in on 2 classes to ensure the instructors were teaching correctly before she left with peace of mind. Yen went to the noodle restaurant. Just as she reached the entrance, she bumped into Madame Shengwan as she was leaving. Yang. Madam. Ni Yan greeted her with a smile. Madame Shengwan held Ni Yan's hand. Yang, I haven't seen you in quite some time. Where have you been lately? Ni Yan said, I've been busy with some things recently, so I didn't come to the restaurant. I had some free time today, so I decided to visit. Oh. Madame Shengwan nodded, then asked, so does that mean you're free today? Yes. Ni Yan nodded. Madame Shengwan continued, could you accompany me on a shopping trip? Xiaoxi isn't home today and Xiaoxiu is also unavailable. Ni Yan, who liked Madame Shengwan dearly, agreed to accompany her, upon learning that she was alone. Together, they went shopping. They arrived at the clothing market, and Madame Shengwan asked, Yang, what should I wear when I meet my future daughter-in-law for the first time? Ni Yan looked at Madame Shengwan in surprise. Madame Shengwan explained, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi's mother passed away early. With that explanation, Ni Yan understood. She pointed at one of the clothes, that date red one is pretty good. It was a date red silk blouse, elegant but trendy, very suitable for the elderly. Madame Shengwan's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement, this one is indeed good. Let me help you get it. The clothing market was big and there were many customers. The sales assistants could not provide one-on-one service, so Ni Yan decided to do it herself. Just as she grabbed the blouse, it was forcefully snatched away by another hand. Mom, look how nice this blouse is. Ni Yan looked up slightly, saying calmly, I saw this blouse first. You saw it first? Then why is it in my hand now? Besides, can someone like you, a self-employed person who couldn't make it onto stage, afford such clothes? Changyu scoffed, her face full of mockery. Ni Yan had no impression of Changyu, but Changyu's impression of Ni Yan was deeply ingrained. This disgraceful self-employed person, she took the title of class beauty on her first day in their class. Changyu despised her to the bone. Finally, having found a rare chance, Changyu was eager to humiliate Ni Yan. Madame Shengwan furrowed her brow, what's the matter with the way you talk, young lady? So, I can't even mention the word self-employed? Changyu countered. Xiaoya. Lin Fang pulled at Changyu's sleeve. The people who came to this clothing store were either rich or noble. Lin Fang was not brainless, she was about to marry into a wealthy family. Offending people at this critical timing was not a good idea. Changyu knew what Lin Fang was worried about and whispered, that woman is a self-employed student who joined our class. You don't have to worry. A mere self-employed person, was there any need to fear offending her? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang relaxed. Chapter 515, Teaching Dominance in Life, Traveling Abroad _1 She was about to marry into a prestigious family, and a self-employed person like her was not worth her attention. Thinking this way, Lin Fang looked at Ni Yang with a surge of contempt. In her view, how could a self-employed person afford to shop in such a luxurious clothing mall? Even herself, before she hooked up with Shengwan Dehui, couldn't afford to shop in such a place. She was there to pick out a piece of clothing for Shengwan old madam. After all, she would be meeting her future mother-in-law for the first time, so naturally, she needed to impress her. Moreover, the dress Changyu was holding was indeed quite nice, stylish and not at all old-fashioned, and it was made of real silk. It was bound to please Shengwan old madam. Lin Fang sneered sarcastically, Xiaoya, why are you wasting your words on someone like her? Aren't you afraid of lowering your own status? Her daughter was about to become a young miss of a wealthy family. How could she afford to get entangled with a self-employed person? It would be a laughingstock if word got out. Let's not forget, the wealthy families take their social standing very seriously. Changyu, with a smirk on her face, hooked arm with Lin Fang and pointedly said, some people like to pretend to be wealthy. They have no idea where they are. Can a self-employed person like her afford this dress? Such an embarrassment. A silk top that costs over 300 yuan. If it wasn't for the sake of showing respect to Shengguan old madam, they themselves wouldn't be willing to buy it, considering the clothes Lin Fang bought for herself only cost just over 100 yuan. During her relationship with Shengguan Dehui, Lin Fang had almost spent all her savings from over the years, including the compensation money she received after her husband's death. But these were all temporary. Once Lin Fang marries into the Shengguan family, she would become a rich lady. Then, how much money would she have? The more Chang Yu thought about it, the more smug she felt. She acted as if she had already become a young wealthy miss. Shengguan old madam's face darkened. Shengguan old madam, who had been indulged all these years, was used to being treated with respect. When had she ever been treated with such disrespect? She had never seen such disrespectful and uneducated people. She wondered how they were brought up in their homes. Apologize. You must apologize to us now. Lin Fang looked at Shengguan old madam and sneered, apologize? Why should we apologize to you? Since when was it forbidden to call a spade a spade? If anyone should be apologizing, it's you. Do you know how much time you've wasted by entangling with us? Time is money, and our valuable time can't be made up with a mere apology. Lin Fang played her victim card impeccably. Chang Yu placed her hands on her hips and threatened, apologize. If you don't apologize to us today, it'll make you regret it. With the Shengguan family's influence in Beijing, it would be easy to deal with these two people. Just earlier, Shengguan old madam thought these two mother and daughter were rude, but now she felt they were shamelessly disgraceful. They were utterly shameless. Shengguan old madam was trembling with anger. It's not worth getting mad over such people. Ni Yang held Shengguan old madam's arm. Old madam, let's leave. You want to leave before apologizing to us? Chang Yu rudely extended her arm to block Ni Yang and Shengguan old madam's path. Don't overstep your boundaries. Ni Yang raised her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness in their depths, causing Chang Yu to flinch slightly. That was not the look of a mere self-employed person. It was slightly terrifying. But she was about to become the daughter of a rich family, how could Ni Yang compete with her? Thinking this, Chang Yu regained her courage, raised her hand and swung towards Ni Yang's face, you wench. Apologize or not. There were no salespeople or other customers here. If Ni Yang got slapped, she would have to swallow her grievances. Moreover, Chang Yu had long wanted to slap Ni Yang. Today, she finally got the chance to vent some steam. Although Ni Yang knew Chang Yu was targeting her, she was clueless about when she had crossed paths with such a character. There were 60 to 70 people in her new group, and she had only attended a few meetups. Apart from Han Xiaoyu, who she was closest to, she had no recollection of anyone else. Smack! A crisp slap reverberated in the air. By the time Shengguan old madam and Lin Fang regained their senses, they saw Ni Yang slowly retracting her hand from mid-air. She held Chang Yu's raised hand with a smile on her face. Since no one at home taught you how to behave, I guess I'll have to step in to do the job. Chapter 516, Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad _2. Her voice was soft, but her momentum was strong. She was like an elder scolding a youngster. Lin Fang covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with terror. She never thought that the person who'd been slapped was Chang Yu. You dare to hit me? Chang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Well, why not slap you? Don't agree with it? If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. She radiated audacity, shining brightly from head to toe, attracting attention. Do you know who I am? Staring at her, Ni Yang said slowly, even if you're the king's father, I won't hesitate to hit you. Chang Yu's almond eyes seemed to burn with fire. Ni Yang, I tell you. My father is very powerful. I will make you regret what you did. You just wait. Hearing this, old lady Shengguan frowned slightly. She was thinking that Chang Yu's father must not be a good person either. Why else would he have raised a daughter like this? What a sad family. Alright, it'll be ready anytime. Ni Yang responded with a light smile. This is too much. Ni Yang is really too much. Chang Yu wished she could kill Ni Yang right then. You let me go. Chang Yu squirmed. At this moment, Lin Fang also snapped out of it and rushed over. Let my daughter go. Originally, Lin Fang wanted to call the police to get justice for her daughter, but she was headed to the Shengguan family in 2 days to recognize her relatives. This was a crucial time, it was better to avoid trouble. After all, there are many taboos in wealthy families. Moreover, they were not in the right here. Chang Yu was the first to act, Ni Yang was just defending herself. Get out. With those words, Ni Yang grabbed Chang Yu's hand and flung her harshly. Chang Yu lost her footing and toppled onto Lin Fang. Then, Ni Yang pulled out a plain white handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped her fingers. After cleaning one hand, she moved to the other, behaving as if she had touched something disgusting. After she finished, Ni Yang balled up the handkerchief and threw it into a trash can 10 meters away, right in front of the mother-daughter duo. Chang Yu's already swollen face turned a shade of purplish-red from anger. Madam, let's go. Ni Yang cheerfully linked arms with Old Lady Shengguan, and they strolled off. All right. Old Lady Shengguan happily followed Ni Yang after seeing Chang Yu slapped. Pissed off, Chang Yu stomped her foot and tried to run after them, but Lin Fang held her back. Mom! Chang Yu was not satisfied. Was she just supposed to accept the slap? Lin Fang said, we're going to the Shengguan family the day after tomorrow. It's better to avoid trouble at such times. Also, the individual is not as easy to bully as you think. If it were really so easy to bully, Chang Yu wouldn't have been slapped. You just watched as I was bullied, are you really my mom? Chang Yu screamed angrily. Lin Fang said, you're my daughter, how can I not be heartbroken when you're bullied? But now is not the time for revenge. In a few days, after I marry your uncle Shengguan, you can take revenge however you like. Lin Fang's words placated Chang Yu. Right. She just needs to endure for now. She will make Ni Yang pay later. Chang Yu bit her lip and then asked, we're going to the Shengguan family the day after tomorrow. What should I do about the wound on my face? Let's pay for the clothes first. Then we'll go to the pharmacy and get some medicine. Once we're home, I'll put an egg on it for you. It'll be better in 2 days. Alright. In a sense of helplessness, Chang Yu agreed. Just wait, when the time comes, she will disfigure Ni Yang's face and make her regret today's actions. Lin Fang and Chang Yu went to pay for the clothes and then visited the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Ni Yang and Old Lady Shengguan arrived on the 2nd floor. Today's Ni Yang surprised Old Lady Shengguan. She originally thought Ni Yang could only tolerate being beaten. Who would have thought that Ni Yang would win so beautifully? Impressive. Really impressive. Young girls nowadays rarely have her kind of courage. Yang, did you learn martial arts? Old Lady Shengguan asked. In her previous life, Ni Yang did learn martial arts. After all, she was a rich lady, how could she not have some self-defense skills? Plus, after being reborn and saving a high-ranking official, her strength had increased. Actually, Ni Yang in her previous life wasn't this impressive. Chapter 517, Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad _3. I've learned a bit of martial art, Ni Yang answered truthfully. Good, Lady Shengguan nodded in approval, it's indeed good for a girl to learn some self-defense skills. I'll have Xiaoxi start learning it when we get back home. Ni Yang smiled and nodded. Lady Shengguan continued, that mother-daughter duo just now was really troublesome. Anyone who marries such a girl would be bringing misfortune upon his family. Indeed quite troublesome, Ni Yang added. I had a feeling that girl was targeting me, but I've never even met her before. It's really strange. I think they did it on purpose. Snobbish bitches. Just because they have a bit of money, they start acting as if they're from the high and mighty. Lady Shengguan's impression of Lin Fang and Chang Yu couldn't have been worse. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had come across such outrageous people. The dress from before is available here too. Do you want to buy it? Ni Yang pointed to an identical dress. No need. Who would want to wear the same clothing as those types of people? Yang, let's choose something different. Alright. Ni Yang nodded slightly. This time Ni Yang chose a noblewoman's dress for Mrs. Mo, complemented by a coordinating silk scarf. It must be stated, Ni Yang had a discerning eye. After Mrs. Mo put on this dress, she looked several years younger, her elegance radiating. Yang, is it pretty? Lady Shengguan twirled around like a child. Yes, like an elderly empress dowager, Ni Yang seriously complimented. Laughing, Lady Shengguan replied, you're always making up stories to indulge me. I'm telling the truth. Lady Shengguan happily went to pay the bill. Just as Lin Fang and Chang Yu got home, a distinguished guest arrived. This person was Lin Hohut, Lin Fang's aunt. Since she married well at an early age, she was now considered a semi-high society member and everyone called her Auntie Lin. Why only a semi-high society member? Because her husband's financial standing pale in comparison to half of the other high society members, and that is why she's so keen on playing matchmaker. Once a match is made, their family gains the support of two more dependable families. Fortunately, the high society do lack this profession. Real high society ladies would not be willing to stoop to playing matchmaker and being subjected to others' orders. Auntie's here. Lin Fang courteously welcomed Auntie Lin into the house. Even the usually arrogant and domineering Chang Yu greeted, hello, Auntie Grandma. Good. Auntie Lin nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoya is getting prettier as she grows, she'll definitely be successful in the future. A hint of complacency appeared at the corner of Chang Yu's mouth. Lin Fang said, look at this child, she knows nothing. Hurry up and thank your Auntie Grandma. Chang Yu promptly said, thank you, Auntie Grandma. Auntie Lin continued, but what happened to your face? Lin Fang, did you hit her? Upon hearing this, a hint of malice flickered in Chang Yu's eyes. All because of that bitch, Ni Yang. Lin Fang nonchalantly answered, how could I hit her? She bumped into a wall by herself. Oh, Auntie Lin continued, you'll soon be going to the Shengguan family to be recognized as a relative, it's better not to have any injuries on your face. The wealthy families pay great attention to appearances. Auntie, don't worry, I'm aware of that. Looking at Chang Yu, Lin Fang continued, hurry and pour some tea for your Auntie Grandma. All right. Lin Fang pulled out a chair, Auntie, please sit. Her chances of marrying into the Shengguan family greatly increased thanks to Auntie Lin. Without her introducing the match, where else could she have such an opportunity? At this moment, Lin Fang would happily put Auntie Lin on a pedestal and worship her like a bodhisattva. Because her mother-in-law looked down upon her, Auntie Lin usually had to suffer in their family. Only here, with Lin Fang, could she experience what it felt like to be important. Auntie Lin laughed and said, Lin Fang, there's no need to be so courteous, we're family. Auntie, did you come over because there's something you need to tell me? Lin Fang asked. Auntie Lin nodded, Lin Fang, you're going to the Shengguan house to be recognized as a relative in 2 days. Have you prepared any gifts for Lady Shengguan? Don't worry, I've prepared everything. That's good. Auntie Lin continued, Lin Fang, the Shengguan family is not an ordinary one. After you get there, be sure to watch your behavior and speech. You have already won over Shengguan Dehui, so now all you have to do is please Lady Shengguan. Lady Shengguan, being from Jiangnan, loves sweet foods. You should use this opportunity to show off your culinary skills. Chapter 518, Teaching Dominance in Life, Traveling Abroad _4. I get it. Lin Fang nodded. Auntie, raise your tea. Jianghu placed the brewed tea in front of Granny Lin. Lin Fang looked up and said, you should go inside and study. Your auntie and I still have things to discuss. Okay. Jianghu turned and walked towards the room. Lin Fang turned to Granny Lin and whispered, Auntie, do you think Xiaoye has a chance of marrying into the Shangguan family? Granny Lin was startled. She did not expect Lin Fang to be so ambitious. That's hard to say. Granny Lin responded, however, considering Xiaoye's appearance, if she works hard, I suppose there shouldn't be any issue. Jianghu was quite pretty, otherwise she wouldn't have been class belle in the past. Lin Fang's eyes lit up, so, the Shangguan family is not bothered by such things? Granny Lin patted Lin Fang's hand. Fang, don't worry too much about it for now, think about these things slowly after marrying into the Shangguan family. Okay. Lin Fang nodded, her mind filling with calculations. Hungry. I'm hungry. I'm starving. A pitiful cry broke the silence. Lin Fang's face was burning with wrath. Granny Lin glanced towards the direction of the storage room and asked with a complicated expression, is that old hag still alive? No. Lin Fang shook her head, gritting her teeth, although that damned old hag is paralyzed, her other organs are still functioning. Lin Fang only tosses a few buns at old lady Chang each day, but she just wouldn't die. Auntie, do you think I should? Lin Fang gave Granny Lin a suggestive look halfway through her sentence. Old lady Chang no longer has any other children. If anything happened, there wouldn't even be anyone to report it. Furthermore, Lin Fang had been taking care of her for 3 years. For 3 years, the reputation of being a good daughter-in-law has already spread. Keeping old lady Chang around serves no other purpose. Not only was she useless, but she was also exasperating. No way. Granny Lin immediately put a stop to Lin Fang's idea. Why not? Lin Fang was puzzled. Granny Lin continued, the Shangguan family values your virtuous and filial character, especially the matriarch of the Shangguan family. If anything goes wrong with this old hag at this stage, they might suspect something. Lin Fang asked incredulously, do I have to bring this damned old hag to the Shangguan family? Granny Lin laughed, the Shangguan family has many servants. Even if you were to bring her to the Shangguan family, it wouldn't increase your burden. On the contrary, it would make you more impressive in the Shangguan family's eyes. That makes sense, Lin Fang continued, but what if that damned old hag keeps spouting nonsense? That's simple, just give her some mute drugs when the time comes, and you won't have to worry about it. With this said, Lin Fang felt completely reassured. Oh right, take this. Granny Lin handed Lin Fang an exquisite bag. What is this? Lin Fang was curious. This is Ice Skin Jade Face Cream. Granny Lin continued, you're about to become a wealthy lady. You have to keep up with the trends in high society. At present, the Ice Skin Jade Face Cream had become a popular trend in high society. Lin Fang watched as she opened the bag. Oh, it's skincare products. Granny Lin continued, don't look down on these skincare products. Every matron and miss of high society is using them. There's a whitening and moisturizing cream that's limited to 60 bottles per store every month. Not only is it expensive, but you also need to reserve it 3 months in advance. Granny Lin added, give this Ice Skin Jade Face Cream to Shangguan Furong. She'll be thrilled. As far as I know, the matriarch of the Shangguan family listens to Shangguan Furong. Granny Lin, having spent many years navigating high society, had a deep understanding of the people within it. It doesn't feel right, Auntie. You've already helped me so much. Lin Fang refused. That's not true. Granny Lin continued, Fang, you are my own niece. As long as you remember your auntie when you marry into the Shengguan family, that's enough. Lin Fang immediately nodded, you can count on me, auntie. I can forget anyone, but never you. You're even closer to me than my own mother. A satisfied expression crossed Granny Lin's eyes. By the way, have you been intimate with Shengguan Dehui? After all, she was a woman who had been married before. Asking such a question was not a taboo for her. Lin Fang blushed, no. No? It seems like this Shengguan Dehui really is a true gentleman. Granny Lin continued, Fang, I know you're an ambitious girl. You have to plan for your future in a way that covers all bases. The Shengguan family already has 2 children, Shengguan Shi and Shengguan Su, so you need to think about bearing another one. Chapter 519, Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad _5. Have another child? An expression of difficulty flickered through Lin Fang's eyes. If she could have another child, would she still entertain the idea of marrying Changyu to Shengguan Su? Of course, these were things she could not say to the old lady Lin. Lin Fang nodded, okay, I understand. After instructing her on a few things, the old lady Lin left. Lin Fang saw her off to the bottom of the apartment block. By the time Ni Yang finished shopping for clothes with the old lady Shengguan, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Taking advantage of this time, Ni Yang visited the 4 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops, which were now managing stable incomes. Next, Ni Yang headed to the skincare shop. Through her efforts over this period, Ni Yang had now opened 3 branches of Ice Skin Jade Skin. Looking at the empire she built single-handedly, a faint smile surfaced at the corner of Ni Yang's mouth. The feeling of independence without relying on anyone else was truly great. However, her goal of becoming the richest woman was still a long way off. She still had to make her business bigger and better. After leaving the skincare shop, Ni Yang entered a cafe, ordered a cup of rose summer coffee and a delicate pastry. Rose summer coffee is one of the top-grade coffees in the world. In the future, a cup of it would sell at a staggering price of 1,000 yuan. In the 80s in China, it'd sell for 180 yuan a cup. Adding a pastry, it totaled 220 yuan. Life sometimes requires some ceremonial senses, so Ni Yang didn't find it pricey. There was a small desk calendar on the table. It was only then that Ni Yang belatedly realized that today was the 2nd of July. Ni Kuihua's birthday was on July 8. Last year was her first year in Beijing. At this time, she was busy selling pickled vegetable noodles and inadvertently forgot about Ni Kuihua's birthday, but she couldn't forget about it this year. What should she give Ni Cuihua? As Ni Yang stirs her coffee, she thought, Ni Cuihua doesn't seem to lack anything now. Why not take Ni Cuihua out for a trip? Traveling not only relaxes one's mood, but it also exposes the traveler to local customs, thus broadening their horizons. Wasn't there a popular saying in the future? The world is so big, I want to see it. It just so happens that the restaurant hasn't opened yet, so she can relax and travel. Once the restaurant opens, Ni Yang will be busy again. So, where should Ni Cuihua be taken? Ni Yang squinted her eyes and decided on Miami, Chisua Island in M country. M country's economy is well developed. Affected by the invasion of China, China was far behind M country. At this time, the living standard of M country had already reached that of the year 2000 in China. This trip would surely benefit Ni Cuihua immensely. Ever since her rebirth, Ni Yang has been trying to broaden Ni Kuihua's horizons. Ni Cuihua hasn't been abroad or seen the sea, so this is perfect. That evening, Ni Yang mentioned this plan at the dinner table. Ni Cuihua declined, going abroad would be such a waste of money. Isn't it just a birthday? There's no need for such grand preparations. Ni Yang laughed and said, you don't have to worry about the money. Ni Cuihua knew Ni Yang had money, but she didn't want to waste it because she knew that it wasn't easy for Ni Yang to earn money. After all, she had been selling spicy sticks for more than 2 months and only earned over 1,000 yuan. Ni Chingue commented, Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang is sincere in her filial piety, so don't refuse. I've been wanting to travel. Have you noticed that Chunhua hasn't been home since last year? Ni Yang turned her head towards Ni Chingue. Auntie and I, why don't you come with us? Ni Chingue said, I won't go. If I were to go, I would let my daughter Chunhua take me. As much as she said that, Ni Chingue knew she couldn't rely on her daughter at all. Although her daughter had a stable job, the pay was low. She was in the kind of situation where she had no shortage of small changes but lacked large sums of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate to come home during holidays because round-trip fares for both her and her husband would cost them almost 300 yuan. That was still money, wasn't it? Such a job is at best just good-looking, and it can't compare with Ni Yang's. Ni Chingue had already accepted, she couldn't count on her daughter anymore in this lifetime. Ni Yang continued, Auntie and I, just come with us, consider it an early employee benefit from me. If you don't go, my mother won't go either. Going abroad would cost a lot. Ni Chingue was not the sort of ignorant person. Yang, don't be polite. Besides, I can't go now anyway, you and your mother should go. After saying that, Ni Chingue continued, don't worry, Suihua. I will take good care of the chickens and ducks at home. But Ni Suihua still refused. Ni Yang held Ni Quihua's hand, Mom, can you come with me? I really want to go to M country. Ni Suihua said, then you can go and play by yourself. Young people like you should travel around and broaden your horizons. I'm really not interested in traveling. M country, F country, I think they're no better than our China. Ni Yang laughed and said, I'm just asking you to go for a trip, not to settle down there. Besides, are you sure you'd let me go and play alone? What if I, a young girl, run into some bad people? Mom, don't you worry about me. At these words, Ni Quihua's originally firm heart began to waver. She was afraid Ni Yang might run into danger. Mom, just come with me, said Ni Yang, pushing the envelope. Ni Chingue added from the side, Suihua, you should go with Yang Yang. It's rare for Yang Yang to be so filial. Besides, it's indeed unsafe for a young girl to travel alone. Only then did Ni Suihua agree with some hesitation. Ni Yang continued, then we'll apply for passports tomorrow. Although identity cards were only legally established in 1986, a passport was already needed to travel abroad at that time. Just like in contemporary times, one needed to go to the Public Security Bureau's immigration department to process it. Visa applications had to go through the consulates of various countries. In the 1980s, the closed national doors reopened, igniting a wave of going abroad. Therefore, passports and visas of this era were relatively easy to obtain. What is a passport? Ni Suihua asked with confusion. Ni Yang explained, a passport is a document that can prove your nationality and identity. Without a passport, you cannot go abroad. Ni Suihua nodded, oh, I see. The next day, Ni Yang took Ni Suihua to apply for a passport early in the morning. Today was also the day when Lin Fong took Changyu to the Shengguan family to acknowledge kinship. In the morning, Shengguan Dahui drove to pick up Lin Fong. This was Changyu's first time riding in a car. Prior to this, she had only taken electric trams, so it all felt a bit surreal. Lin Fong and her daughter Changyu sat in the back seat while Shengguan Dahui drove. How old is Xiaoya this year? Is she still in school? Shengguan Dahui asked. Although he and Lin Fong had been seeing each other for quite some time, Shengguan Dahui only knew she had a daughter, and didn't know any other specifics. Changyu replied politely, Uncle Shengguan, I'm 17 this year. I'm currently a junior at number 3 City High School. After the summer vacation, I'll be a senior. Shengguan Dahui nodded, looking at Xiaoya, I bet her grades are excellent. Not bad, Jianghu replied modestly. In fact, she ranked first in all her exams, her performance was outstanding. Shangguan Dehui continued, your senior year is the crucial time. Have you thought about which college you want to apply to? Jianghu replied, I want to apply to Beijing University, but I don't know if I can get in. Chapter 520, Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of a wealthy life is shattered. _1 Beijing University is a key project 985 school, and with Jianghu's current grades, there should be no problem. Hearing this, Shangguan Dehui nodded in satisfaction. Being a university professor, he liked students with excellent scores. Lin Fang was very satisfied with Jianghu's performance. After being around Shangguan Dehui for so long, Lin Fang knew that his approval of Jianghu had been granted. The car was swift and in no time, they arrived at the Shangguan's residence. The Shangguan's house was a real mansion, in front of it was a magnificent villa, and behind lay a line of servant rooms. In order to enter the villa's main entrance, one needs to cross an artificial pond, which wasn't too big, around 20 to 30 meters wide. A narrow bridge crossed over the pond that was home to water lilies, and beneath the lily pads, koi carp of red and white darted back and forth. Crossing this stone bridge, you could see two majestic stone lions standing at the front of the villa. When had Jianghu ever experienced such grandeur? Even on TV, she had never seen anything like it. Just the thought that the villa, the fish pond, and these giant stone lions will all be hers one day elated her beyond measure, and she couldn't suppress her smile. Lin Fang was also visiting the Shangguan's house for the first time. Despite mentally preparing herself beforehand, she was still unable to control her shock. The Shangguans were freaking rich. But Lin Fang managed to keep her emotions under control, striving not to resemble a naive countrywoman and to avoid becoming a joke, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Xiaoya. Lin Fang quietly grabbed Jianghu's hand and whispered a reminder. Jianghu, being younger, couldn't control her facial expressions as strictly as Lin Fang, but after Lin Fang's warning, she quickly composed herself and stopped glancing around impertinently. This way. Shangguan Dehui took the lead, unaware of the interaction between the mother and daughter. All right. Lin Fang replied with a smile. As they approached the main entrance, a servant greeted them and took the car keys and coat from Shangguan Dehui. Sir, you're back. Shangguan Dehui nodded and introduced, this is Lin Fang, and this is her daughter Chang. The servant respectfully greeted them. Lin Fang and Jianghu were both slightly taken aback. This was their first time interacting with a servant. And to have a servant greet them with such respect. The superior feeling was quite satisfying. Jianghu didn't know how to respond, but Lin Fang quickly replied, hello. Although the person was just a servant, she was visiting the Shangguan's house for the first time and didn't want to leave a poor impression. Leading them deeper into the house, Shangguan Dehui showed them around the grand and glittering mansion, resembling an ancient palace. At this point, Lin Fang couldn't contain her astonishment anymore and was on the verge of exclaiming in wonder. Jianghu had her eyes wide open, not missing a single corner. The villa was enormous, and it took a while for Shangguan Dehui to lead them to the main hall. There were a few people sitting on the sofa in the main hall. Seeing Shangguan Dehui bring people in, Shangguan Shi immediately welcomed them and said, Dad, Aunt Lin. This must be Jianghu, right? Lin Fang quickly replied, Xiaoya, this is your sister Shi. Jianghu came forward and grabbed Shangguan Zai's hand, Sister Shi, my mom has long told me how beautiful you are, but you're even more beautiful in person than I imagined. Who doesn't enjoy being complimented? Especially for being pretty. Shangguan Shi had a quite good first impression of her potential sister, Jianghu, you're very beautiful too. In fact, Jianghu was indeed a beauty, with her standard almond-shaped eyes, oval face, and slender figure. Furong, Sister Su, this is Lin Fang, and her daughter, Jianghu. Shangguan Dehui went on to introduce Lin and Chang to the two women on the couch. One of them was Shangguan Furong. The other was Su Fen's older sister, Su Lian. When Shangguan Dehui remarried, as an aunt to both Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, Su Lian certainly had to be present to oversee things. Some stepmothers harbor bad intentions. Moreover, the Shangguans were such a renowned family, she couldn't let others deprive her niece and nephew of what should be theirs. Su Lian examined Lin Fang openly. Indeed, from the moment the mother-daughter duo entered the hall, she had begun to size them up. How should she put it? She felt that the mother and daughter had a bit of an unsophisticated aura, as if they wouldn't fit in high society. Lin Fang followed behind Shangguan Dehui, exchanging pleasantries. Xiaoya, you just call them Aunt and Aunt Su. Shangguan Dehui directed at Changyu. Chapter 521, Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of living in luxury shattered _2. Hello Auntie, hello Auntie. Changyu greeted politely. Auntie? Lin Fang felt something was off the moment she heard those words, so this woman was Su Fen's sister, Shangguan Dehui's original wife? How many years has Su Fen been dead, and why Su Lian is still involved with the Shangguan family? Is she eyeing the Shangguan family's property? That's too shameless. Shangguan Furong had a good impression of Changyu, smiling, and nodded. Although Su Lian was a little dissatisfied, she did not show it. Shangguan Dehui turned to Shangguan Shi, where is your grandma and your brother? Shangguan Shi said, Grandma felt a sudden headache when she got up this morning. Brother took her to the hospital. Went to the hospital? Is the old lady all right? Should we go to the hospital to check? Lin Fang asked anxiously. Shangguan Shi smiled and said, Auntie Lin, you don't have to worry. I just called and Grandma is fine, they are on their way back. That's good. Lin Fang sighed in relief. Her worried look was such that, someone who didn't know would think Lin Fang was the birth daughter of the Shangguan matriarch. Shangguan Dehui continued, quickly sit down, don't stand. Only then did Lin Fang sit down with Changyu. Lin Fang picked up the gift box she had prepared in advance. This is a gift I prepared for the old lady, this one is for Furong. At this moment, with both Shangguan Furong and Su Lian present, it was somewhat inappropriate for Lin Fang to bring up the matter of gifts. Because both Shangguan Furong and Su Lian, like Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, were their elders, but Lin Fang hadn't prepared a gift for Su Lian. This made Su Lian feel a little embarrassed. What kind of person is Lin Fang? Does she not realize this? In reality, she did this on purpose to embarrass Su Lian. What was Su Lian? A mere outsider. The Shangguan family gave her a little face by calling her big sister. If the Shangguan family didn't want to deal with her, she would be less than a pile of dog shit. Su Lian had no right to criticize her. Lin Fang did this intentionally, to let Su Lian see her place. By coincidence, Shangguan Furong and Su Lian didn't get along. Shangguan Furong smiled and said, You even prepared a gift for me? Seeing Shangguan Furong like this, Lin Fang felt reassured. She handed the prepared gift box to Shangguan Furong. I hope you won't mind, Furong. Shangguan Furong took the gift box, opened it, and exclaimed, It's ice skin jade flesh. I've wanted this moisturizing cream for so long but I haven't been able to buy it. You're so thoughtful. No woman does not love beauty. Especially since ice skin jade flesh was so hard to buy. Lin Fang smiled and said, I'm glad you like it, Furong. After a pause, she added, I didn't know Big Sister would be here today, so I didn't prepare a gift for her. I hope she won't mind. This was directed at Su Lian. Su Lian wasn't going to get angry with Lin Fang over this, but she felt even more so that Lin Fang wasn't fit to be the stepmother of Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. She was too common. Su Lian smiled and said, You're too kind. Then she turned to Shangguan Dehui and said, Dehui, can I speak to you for a minute? Although Su Fen had long passed away, Shangguan Dehui has always respected this sister of his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Su Lian to such an important occasion. Lin Fang stared at the retreating figures of the two. Did she underestimate Su Lian's standing in the Shangguan family? Take a drink, don't mind her. Shangguan Furong poured tea for Lin Fang. Alright, thank you. Seeing Shangguan Furong, Lin Fang's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Shangguan Dehui followed Su Lian into the yard. Su Lian got straight to the point. Dehui, I don't agree with you being with Lin Fang. Shangguan Dehui was stunned. Why? Su Lian continued, the Shangguan family is of high status. You're a professor, Xiaoxiu is a bank president, Xiaoxi is a postgraduate student. Lin Fang is too narrow-minded, can't hold the stage, she will shame you and Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi. Sister, do you have any misconceptions about Lin Fang? Shangguan Dehui asked. I'm speaking the truth, anyway, I disagree with this. Su Lian was very firm. Su Lian, are you upset because Lin Fang didn't give you a gift? Shangguan Furong joined the conversation. Do I look like that kind of person? Su Lian turned to look at Shangguan Furong. Chapter 522, The Luxury Dream of Lin Fang and Her Daughter Shattered _3. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, I think they look quite alike. Su Lian was overly fond of poking her nose into other people's business. Throughout these years, she interfered in everything regarding Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, behaving as if the Shangguan family would mistreat these two children. That's why Shangguan Furong had never liked Su Lian. Su Lian frowned slightly, that Lin Fang, at first glance, doesn't look like someone who is content and suited for a family-oriented life. I would agree if she becomes the wife of the Shangguan family, but if she is to become the mother of Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi, I would be the first to disagree. A mocking look appeared between Shangguan Furong's brows. Sister Su Lian, before you said that, did you ask Xiaoxi and Xiaoxiu how they feel? As far as I know, both of them really like Lin Fang. Her words imply that Su Lian was being nosy. After all, the main parties, Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi, hadn't said anything yet. Was it Su Lian's turn to have a say? A shade of displeasure flashed across Su Lian's face. Shangguan Furong continued, Brother, I think Lin Fang is quite good, and Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi both seem to like her too. Su Lian chose not to say anything more. Shangguan Dehui followed up, let's wait until Mom and Xiaoxiu come back. I will go by Mom's decision. One was his wife's sister, and the other was his sister. It wouldn't be good for Shangguan Dehui to offend either of them. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, I believe Mom would also like Lin Fang and Changyu. The group returned to the living room. Shangguan Furong subtly gave Lin Fang a reassuring look. Only then did Lin Fang relax. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the room. Mom's back. Shangguan Furong stood up. Lin Fang and Changyu also stood up. The old lady of the Shangguan family had dressed specially in an elegant dress, brought by Ni Yang a couple of days ago, to meet her future daughter-in-law. Despite feeling a bit of a headache in the morning, it didn't affect her complexion. Shangguan Su held her arm as they slowly walked into the room. Since Changyu had taken an overt interest in Shangguan Su, she had been watching him all along and didn't notice the old lady of the Shangguan family beside him. Shangguan Su was very handsome. He was extraordinarily talented and elegant. He was even more impressive looking than the most desirable guy in their school, and Changyu gazed at him almost obsessively. Su Lian looked over with a dismissive gaze, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. These mother and daughter really have unrestrained ambitions. She hoped that the elderly lady of the Shangguan family would see this clearly. They couldn't let these kinds of people step into the Shangguan family's threshold. Lin Fang looked at the old lady of the Shangguan family, slightly frowning. Why did she get the feeling that this old lady looked familiar? Had she seen her somewhere before? After all, they had only met at the clothing store 2 days ago, and she had been solely focused on Ni Yang at the time. She barely paid any attention to the old lady of the Shangguan family. It was normal for her to not remember her after 2 days. Could it be her imagination? A grand old lady like the one from the Shangguan family wasn't someone she would typically encounter. Mom, this is your future daughter-in-law, Lin Fang. This is her daughter, Changyu. Shangguan Furong held the old lady of the Shangguan family's arm, introducing them. In fact, even before they met, the old lady already had a good impression of Lin Fang, otherwise, she wouldn't have dressed so formally. Old lady. Lin Fang greeted with a smile. Only then did Changyu snap out of it, diverting her attention from Shangguan Su and said politely, Grandma. Upon seeing her, Changyu also found the old lady of the Shangguan family somewhat familiar. Had she encountered this old lady somewhere? The old lady of the Shangguan family was advanced in age, and her eyesight wasn't so great. She hadn't gotten a good look at Lin Fang and Changyu from a distance earlier, so she now used this opportunity to take a closer look at these mother and daughter. Upon seeing them, the smile on the old lady's face froze in place. Lin Fang and Changyu might not remember her, but she vividly remembered Lin Fang and Changyu. After all, this mother and daughter were the first outrageous people she had encountered in her life. The type that nearly infuriated her to death. However, the old lady never expected that this mother and daughter would turn out to be her eagerly anticipated future daughter-in-law and granddaughter. How infuriating. The old lady suppressed her anger, her face cold. She said, So you are Lin Po's niece, Lin Fang? Lin Fang was somewhat perplexed by the sudden change in the grand old lady's attitude. Could it be that this old woman was mentally unstable? Chapter 523, Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of living in luxury shattered _4. Mingming was laughing just a second ago. Even though Lin Fang didn't want to go out of her way to please someone who was ignoring her, she still had to put on a smile and woo the Shangguan family's matriarch. Madam, my name is Lin Fang. Lin Hohot is my aunt, she said. Lin Fang was confident in her charm, she believed she could win over this old woman. Madam, I heard from my aunt that you're in your 60s, going on 70s, but you don't look a day over 40 or 50, she praised. Who doesn't enjoy a good compliment? If there's one skill Lin Fang lacks not, it's flattery. She knows exactly what everyone wants to hear. It's comparable to the old saying, speak the language of the listener. If the matriarch hadn't met Lin Fang at the clothing market, she would probably have been quite fond of this eloquent potential daughter-in-law. But now, all she felt was disdain. The old lady frowned and said nothing. The smile on Lin Fang's face began to falter. Sensing the mood growing tense, Shangguan Shi hurriedly intervened, Grandma, you must be tired after just coming back from the hospital, right? Please, take a seat. While speaking, she winked at Lin Fang. Madam, Lin Fang hastily interjected, there's nothing seriously wrong with you, is there? When I heard you'd gone to the hospital, I was beside myself with worry. So, did you die? Asked the old lady, looking at Lin Fang. Lin Fang, the atmosphere immediately plunged into awkward silence. Even Lin Fang, who was usually so suave and adept at handling social situations, found herself struggling to keep up. Didn't the old woman, Lin, say that Shangguan Furong was the most difficult person in the Shangguan family to get along with? Why was this old woman also so difficult to deal with? Shangguan Furong was unsure why her mother had suddenly changed her tune. She had seemed quite pleased with Lin Fang initially. Mom, Shangguan Furong began, Lin Fang is a very filial person, and she's even brought you a gift. That's right. Lin Fang confirmed, simultaneously unwrapping the present. Madam, this is a garment Xiaoya picked out for you. I'm not sure if it'll fit. The old lady glanced at the garment. True to her suspicions, it was the burgundy silk shirt. Shangguan's matriarch took the shirt, and a hint of a smile played across her lips. This shirt is made of real silk, isn't it? Seeing that the old lady finally smiled, Lin Fang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She flattered, Madam, you have excellent taste. This is indeed made of silk. You maintain your figure so well, I'm sure you'll look great in this shirt. Shengguan Furong hastily said, That's true, Mom. This shirt really matches your temperament. The smile on the old lattice face quickly faded as she tossed the shirt onto the table, scoffing, I'm just a small business owner. I can't afford such flashy clothes. At those words, Lin Fang's face drained of color, leaving her as pale as a ghost. Now she finally understood why the old woman seemed so familiar. She was the same one she'd encountered at the mall last time. Didn't they say that Ni Yang was just a small business owner with no real status or wealth? So why was she walking arm in arm with the old lady from the Shengguan family? And why were the two of them so intimate with each other? Lin Fang couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams that the old lady she'd mocked before was none other than Shengguan's matriarch herself. If she had known that was the matriarch earlier, she would have been nothing but polite and done everything to make her happy. The reactions of Chang Yu and Lin Fang were identical. Her first thought was that she was doomed. Her second thought was that Ni Yang was trying to sabotage her. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she would never have made such a mistake. What should she do now? Baffled by the situation, Shengguan Furong asked, Mom, what are you talking about? Why are you upset all of a sudden? Exactly, why was she suddenly so angry? Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi both turned their eyes to their grandmother. Even Shengguan Dehui was a bit puzzled. The old lady was usually very amiable with them and had never been so difficult to talk to before. The matriarch waved off Shengguan Furong's hand and turned to Shengguan Dehui. Dehui, she declared, I object to your association with this Lin Fang comrade. Before Shengguan Dehui could utter a word, Shengguan Furong demanded, Mom, you must be joking, right? Lin Fang is so talented and filial. How can you possibly object to that? Could Su Lian have been stirring the pot? Otherwise, considering the old lattice manners and etiquette, even if she truly objected, she would never humiliate Lin Fang in public. Chapter 524, Lin Fang and her daughter's dream of living in luxury shattered. 5. Shengguan Furong looked at Su Lian, a displeased light surfacing in her eyes. Mom, I think Lin Fang and my brother make a good match. Why not finalize the date today? If Su Lian did not agree, she would deliberately go against Su Lian. Upon hearing this, Lin Fang cast a grateful look at Shengguan Furong. She wasn't sure if Shengguan Furong could actually save her. Do you have any right to speak here? The old lady Shengguan looked at Shengguan Furong, her face filled with anger. Shengguan Furong suddenly fell silent, her face looking a bit unwell. Ever since she got married, the old lady Shengguan had rarely shown her any unpleasant expression. She did not expect that today, she would treat her like this. The old lady Shengguan then said, Butler. Coming. The butler immediately walked over. Escort out Comrade Lin Fang and her daughter. The Lin family does not welcome these kinds of people. The old lady Shengguan did not leave any face for Lin Fang and her daughter. Yes, old lady. The butler turned to look at Lin Fang and Chang Yu, both of you, please. Wait a minute. The old lady Shengguan continued. Do you have any other orders, old lady? The butler turned back. Take their things as well. The old lady Shengguan continued. The butler immediately took the 2 items brought by Lin Fang. Lin Fang still felt unwilling. As she turned around, she walked over and grabbed the old lattice hand, explaining with a pale face, the old lady, let me explain, that day it really was a misunderstanding, I am not actually, go away. The old lady Shengguan was not a fool. How could she tolerate Lin Fang distorting the truth again? Butler. Yes, old lady. The butler immediately motioned to the other servants on the side. Before Lin Fang could react, she was already dragged away by the servants. Leaving Shengguan Dehui, Shengguan Furong, Shengguan Shi, and Shengguan Su filled with doubt. But currently, the old lady Shangguan was furious, and none of them dared to speak. "Dahui, come upstairs with me." After speaking, the old lady Shangguan turned and walked toward the study room upstairs. Shangguan Dahui hurried to follow her steps. "Mom, what exactly is going on?" Shangguan Dahui hesitated before asking. The old lady Shangguan continued, "Are you asking me why I treated Lin Fang this way?" Shangguan Dahui nodded. The old lady Shangguan continued, "Then let me tell you properly, sit down first." Shangguan Dahui sat on a nearby stool. Only then did the old lady Shangguan talk about the incident that happened at the clothing market 2 days ago. "Dahui, you cannot be deceived by that Lin Fang. A woman like that is not qualified to step through the gates of our Shangguan family." At her words, Shangguan Dahui frowned slightly. "Lin Fang always appeared to be very good in front of me, showing much love and care. I really didn't think she was this kind of person." The old lady Shangguan now felt extremely relieved about her decision to go to the clothing market that day, otherwise, they would not have discovered that Lin Fang and her daughter were these kinds of people. It's not too late to know, it's better to break off with her early. Shangguan Dahui nodded, "You can rest assured about this." The old lady Shangguan rubbed her temples. "All right, you can go downstairs now, I need to rest." Shangguan Dahui walked downstairs. As soon as he went downstairs, everyone eagerly surrounded him. "Bro, what did Mom tell you? What did she mean? How did Lin Fang offend her to make her so angry? Or is someone intentionally causing discord?" The last sentence had some biting implication attached. Su Lian was somewhat unhappy, but she did not stoop down to Furong's level. Shangguan Dahui said, "Furong, watch your tone. No one is causing discord on purpose. This is Mom's own decision, and considering Lin Fang's character, she truly does not deserve to be the wife of our Shangguan family." Shangguan Shi, confused, said, "Dad, what exactly happened? What did Auntie Lin do wrong?" Shangguan Dahui then relayed the incident mentioned by the old lady Shangguan. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. After a while, Shangguan Shi finally spoke. "So Aunt Lin is that kind of person. I really didn't see it coming. Lady Shangguan was neither deaf nor blind, and she wouldn't speak without reason. Could it be that Mother has misunderstood? Didn't Lin Fang herself say that there's been a misunderstanding? Mother really, she didn't even let Lin Fang explain. How can you be so arbitrary?" Shangguan Furong asserted. Lin Fang, this sister-in-law, was quite pleasing to Shangguan Fufong's eyes. First, her family background was admirable, as was her work. Secondly, she knew how to get along with people, she knew who were her own and who were outsiders. People like Su Lian were outsiders to her. Shangguan Furong cared a lot about her position in the Shangguan family. She didn't want Shangguan Dahui to marry a woman who didn't regard her highly. What if that woman was domineering? Then would she not have any say in the Shangguan family? Mother is not that kind of person. Shangguan Dahui added, "Let's put an end to this matter, I will also explain it to Lin Fang." After all, Shangguan Dahui didn't have any emotional attachment towards Lin Fang. With such a thing happening, it had rather eased Shangguan Dahui's mind. At least, old lady Shangguan wouldn't hurriedly push him for quite some time. "Brother, are you just giving up on Lin Fang?" Shangguan Furong wasn't quite ready to give in. Shangguan Dahui simply nodded. "Dahui, I'm very glad that you see the reality." Su Lian walked over from the side. "I've been saying that Lin Fang is not a good person." Shangguan Furong couldn't stand Su Lian's smug expression at her success. "Sister Su Lian, are you happy now?" "I'm just being honest. Of course, I'm naturally happy to keep Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi away from such a terrible stepmother." Su Lian's family background was not bad either, she was not afraid of Shangguan Furong. She just didn't bother to quarrel with Shangguan Furong, because she knew Shangguan Furong, as an aunt, truly cared for Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Furong simply couldn't stand her, but, since she didn't live in the Shangguan house, she didn't need to take it to heart. The more Shengwan Furong thought about it, the more outraged she felt. I think Lin Fong is quite suitable to be my sister-in-law. I'll go upstairs and talk to my mother now. Lady Shengwan had this one precious daughter, and usually, she listened to her daughter's words the most. Beijing is a very inclusive city, and it is home to people from all over the country. Although it was Wednesday, there was no shortage of people queuing up to apply for passports. Ni Yang had been in the queue for more than an hour, and there were still about 20 or 30 people in front of her. Ni Tsuhua sat on the bench nearby, holding little Ni Yun in her arms, waiting for her. "Little girl, what's the relation between that woman holding the kid and you?" The middle-aged woman in line behind Ni Yang curiously asked her. "That's my mother, and the baby she's holding is my sister," Ni Yang replied. The middle-aged woman was startled, then said, "No wonder you guys look so alike. Turns out you're mother and daughter." "Yes." Ni Yang nodded. "You're also going to M country?" The middle-aged woman continued. "Yes. I'm also going to M country." The middle-aged woman excitedly said, "We're really destined to meet, my girl. You must be going to M country to study abroad, aren't you?" "I'm going to M country to visit my son." This was the period when studying abroad was becoming popular. Rich families would choose to send their children to get an overseas experience, even if studying in a lesser-known college overseas was much better than studying in a famous college at home. Those were returnees. Could average college graduates compete with them? The middle-aged woman saw that Ni Yang was pretty and dressed well, so she guessed that Ni Yang was definitely going abroad to study. Ni Yang faintly smiled. "We're not studying abroad." "Then what are you guys going abroad for?" "We're going abroad for a vacation," Ni Yang replied softly. Chapter 525, My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _1 Going abroad for a vacation. At this time, although the trend of going overseas was just emerging, most people were going to work or study abroad. Those who went for a vacation were really few. That's why when Ni Yen just said she wasn't going for studies, the older woman subconsciously thought she was going to work abroad. It was really something to lament about, thinking how she was going out to work at such a young age. Turns out she's going for a vacation. The middle-aged woman went on, "Little girl, you are really a good and filial daughter. When are you planning to depart?" Ni Yen smiled and said, "We're probably leaving the day after tomorrow." The middle-aged woman said, "If nothing unexpected happens, I might also be on the plane the day after tomorrow. If we happen to meet, we can go together." Ni Yen nodded, "Sure." The crowd gradually surged, and it was the middle-aged woman's turn soon, followed by Ni Yan's. Not only Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yen needed to get their passports, little Ni Yun also had to receive hers. Getting a passport requires taking photos. This was the first time Ni Tsuehua was getting photographed. She was a bit nervous seeing the others take photos, not knowing where to put her hands. Ni Yen took little Ni Yun from Ni Kuihua's arms. "Mom, it's just a photo, you don't need to be nervous." Not nervous." Ni Tsuehua nodded, walking to the light blue curtain. "Smile," the photographer reminded. Ni Tsuehua smiled. Age 37, she had taken good care of herself over the past year. Her skin appeared smooth and moisturized, her figure also well-toned. Wearing a light blue plaid suit with black pants, she didn't look her age. You wouldn't think she's the mother of 2 children. Yes, just like that, hold that pose." The camera captured the perfect moment. The photographer also silently admired Ni Kuihua's beauty. Ni Tsuehua quickly came out to replace Ni Yen. The photographer, who was still in awe over Ni Kuihua's beauty, was stunned when he saw Ni Yen. "Oh my goodness! She is so beautiful. Just sitting there, her face needs no expression to be the most appealing sight." After Ni Yen left, the photographer and the staff discussed, "The young lady just now was so beautiful, what's her name?" The staff checked the file in his hand. Her name is Nin. The woman who took photos before her seems to be her mother. No wonder both mother and daughter are so beautiful. It's probably what they call genes in biology. After successfully completing their passports, the mother and daughter left the police station. Nin brought Ni Tsuehua to the home appliance market. Yang, why are we here? Ni Tsuehua was a bit curious. To buy a camera. Nin replied. Why do we need that? To take photos. Nin grinned, Mom, we're going on a vacation. Of course, we should buy a camera. Ni Tsuehua nodded. This store seems pretty good. Ni Tsuehua followed Nin inside. Because both mother and daughter were well-dressed and very beautiful, they received a very warm welcome as soon as they entered. Ladies, please come inside. Are you looking to buy a camera? The shop assistant was a young man. Nin nodded. Do you have Nikon cameras? Seagull cameras, which originated in the early 1950s, are country products with excellent resolution and are the most popular cameras of this era. Yes, we do. The employee continued, is this for family or professional use? Show me your newest model. Said Nin. The newest model? This young lady seems pretty wealthy. The shop assistant immediately brought out the newest model. This is Nikon's newest model FM2, small and easy to carry, great resolution. If you decide to purchase it, we can throw in a camera bag. Nikon FM2 is seriously every camera enthusiast's dream in the 80s. How much is this? Ni Tsuehua asked. This is 3,800 yuan. 3,800 yuan? This figure somewhat scared Ni Tsuehua. She initially thought the camera would cost 700 to 1,000 yuan at most. She didn't expect it to be as expensive as 3,800 yuan. By the way, do you have any foreign exchange coupons? The shop assistant continued to ask. During this period, free trade for imported goods was not implemented, they were only purchasable with foreign exchange coupons. The foreign exchange coupons were only recalled and ceased usage in 1995. Yes. Nin nodded. Although foreign exchange coupons were hard to come by in this era, Mo Qishan had connections, so Nin didn't lack foreign exchange coupons. Chapter 526, My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _2. Let me take a look at the camera. Ni continued. The employee handed over the camera to Ni. The Nikon FM2's body is indeed quite compact, it has very clear pixels, and can take both black and white and color pictures. Ni made the payment to the employee after confirming that the camera was alright. Stepping out of the store, Ni randomly took a few shots of the street, then turned to Ni Tsuehua and said, Mom, they'll take a picture of you and Yunyun too. There's nothing worth photographing. Ni Tsuehua was a bit embarrassed. Just one picture, it's no big deal. Ni lifted the camera and took a shot. Ni then put the camera around Ni Kuihua's neck and took little Ni Yun from her. Mom, can you take a picture of Yunyun and me? Ni Tsuehua laughingly said, I don't know how to. Ni replied, I'll teach you, it's very simple. Cameras from the 80s only had two functions, taking photos and recording videos. Ni Tsuehua, being an intelligent woman, learned it in a single attempt. Yang, move a bit to the side, and Yunyun, give us a smile. Little Ni Yun immediately broke into a grin. After taking the picture, Ni Tsuehua exclaimed, people nowadays are really capable, they even invented cameras. Ni laughed, cameras were not invented recently, they've been around since the late Qing dynasty. The first one was just a light-proof box. In 1906, American George Shiras was the first to use a flashlight, and in 1913, a German man by the name of Oskar Barnack developed the world's first 135 camera. Ni Tsuehua exclaimed in surprise, so cameras existed even before I was born? Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Ni Tsuehua had only known about farming in the first half of her life. She was completely unaware of China's rapid development. If it hadn't been for her family making her work in the fields to earn work points, she might have had her feet bound. After buying the camera, Ni Yen went to 4 noodle restaurants and a milk tea shop, collected the day's earnings, and went to deposit it at the bank. Miss Ni has arrived. The teller was already familiar with Ni Yang. Sister Tian. The counter lady, Tian Xianxia, was 22 years old, a little older than Ni Yang. Are you making a deposit today? Tian Xianxia asked. Yes. Ni Yang handed the inconspicuous plastic bag to Tian Xianxia. Ni Yang was probably the most calm depositor Tian Xianxia had ever seen. Every time she came to deposit, she would carry the money in an old plastic bag, as if it was filled with useless waste paper instead of money. Unlike some other depositors who, even with only a few hundred yuan, would wrap their money in several layers, their level of anxiety made it seem like everyone was out to rob them. After counting all the money, Tian Xianxia continued, Miss Ni, there's a total of 40,000 yuan. Yes. Ni Yang nodded, also, help me exchange 3,000 yuan into USD. So that's 24,000 yuan in RMB? Tian Xianxia asked uncertainly. Yes. After exchanging the money into USD, Tian Xianxia asked further, Miss Ni, are you planning a trip to M country? Ni Yang gave a slight smile, yes, I'm planning to go for a few days. Tian Xianxia expressed her jealousy, it's so good to be rich. You can travel wherever you want. Although Ni Yang was a private enterprise owner, she was richer than any of those with a secure job. Those with stable jobs may seem better off and respected, but they are not as free as individual entrepreneurs. Furthermore, Tian Xianxia had a gut feeling that in the future, people's perception of individual entrepreneurs would definitely change. Lin Fang didn't know how she got home. She was devastated, seeing herself on the verge of marrying into a wealthy family, yet such a thing had to happen at a crucial moment. It's all your fault, you wretched girl. If it wasn't for you picking on that entrepreneur, would Madame Shengguan have such a big issue with me? I've told you many times, don't stir up trouble. If you want to make trouble for yourself, at least don't drag me into it. Furious, Lin Fang slapped Chang Yu hard across the face. Chang Yu's face immediately turned red and swollen from the slap, making a horrifying sight. It's all Ni Yang's fault, blame that little bitch. Holding her face, Chang Yu angrily cursed at Ni Yang, blaming all her failures on her. If it wasn't for Ni Yang, she would never have offended Madame Shengguan. And you dare to blame others. Lin Fang landed another slap on Chang Yu's other cheek, if it wasn't for you, I would be discussing marriage with Shengguan Dehui now. Chapter 527, My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _3. Lin Fang is such a person. When nothing happens, she is as kind as a loving mother could be. But when things go wrong, she turns her back on everyone. If it harms Lin Fang's interests, even a mother-daughter relationship won't prevent her from being merciless. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry, blood trickled from Chang Yu's mouth, distorting her words. Go stand facing the wall and reflect on your actions. Lin Fang pointed at the wall, go now. Chang Yu walked to the wall, knelt down, and began to self-reflect. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Fang tidied her hair and went to open the door. The visitor was Grandma Lin, who couldn't wait to say, Fang Fang, what happened? Is the matter settled? It's off. Lin Fang's face looked very unpleasant. Off? Grandma Lin was amazed. It was supposed to be a done deal. Why would it fall through? With that said, she noticed Chang Yu kneeling by the wall and asked, why is Xiaoya still kneeling there? Have you punished her? You ask her yourself what good things she has done. Grandma Lin sighed, no matter what she has done, you can't punish her like this. As she said this, she walked up to Chang Yu and exclaimed in surprise, what happened to Xiaoya's face? Fang, did you hit her? Hitting her was a light punishment. I wish I could throttle her. Lin Fang was burning with anger, and couldn't control her temper. You can't say such things. Grandma Lin helped Changyu up and reassured her, get up Xiaoya, don't be afraid, your mom is just joking. Without Lin Fang giving the order, Changyu didn't dare to get up. Grandma Lin went on, Fang, what exactly happened? You ask her. Lin Fang sneered at Changyu. Xiaoya, tell Aunt Grandma, what exactly happened? Grandma Lin looked at Changyu. Changyu only cried, and refused to utter a word. How was she supposed to explain? It was Ni Yang who wanted to harm her, but Lin Fang didn't believe her and even beat her. Why won't Ni Yang just die? Lin Fang angrily said, just now, weren't you asking me why things fell through? It's all thanks to this damned girl. Lin Fang wished she could slap Changyu again. Grandma Lin said, Fang, calm down, let's talk slowly. As far as she saw it, how could a child's mistake affect the dealings between adults? The Shengwan family was probably trying to scare Lin Fang. Once she apologized to Grandma Shengwan, everything would be fine again. After all, the Shengwan family had been so satisfied with Lin Fang before. Under Grandma Lin's persuasion, Lin Fang gradually calmed down, Auntie, I'm even embarrassed to talk about this incident. This wretched girl truly is a menace. Speak up, then I can figure out what to do. Lin Fang sighed and recounted the incident that happened in the clothing market. Hearing the course of events again made Changyu tremble with anger. Grandma Lin's face also darkened. It wouldn't be too bad if they offended anyone else in the Shengwan family, but they had to offend Grandma Shengwan of all people. Disastrous. You really messed things up. Grandma Lin continued, but it's not entirely Xiaoya's fault. You're the one to blame. Xiaoya is still just a kid and sometimes can't control her emotions, but you're an adult. Rather than stopping Xiaoya's impudence, you went along with it. Now that there is a problem, you want to shift the blame onto Xiaoya. Is this how a mother should behave? Lin Fang's face turned pale. Grandma Lin continued, since it has already happened, it's no use regretting it now. By the way, what is Shengwan Dihui's attitude now? Did he say anything to you? Lin Fang replied, what can he say? Of course, he sides with that old lady. Grandma Lin frowned slightly, having been together with Shengwan Dihui for so long, don't the two of you have any feelings for each other? Lin Fang remained silent. She and Shengwan Dihui hadn't even held hands before. How could they have any feelings for each other? Lin Fang knew very well that the only thing Shengwan Dihui valued about her was her virtuous and gentle disposition. Didn't anyone in the Shengwan family speak up for you? Didn't you explain to Grandma Shengwan? That old lady wouldn't listen to me at all. But Shengwan Furong did say a few things in my favor. Upon hearing this, hope sprang up in Grandma Lin's eyes, then this matter might have a turning point. Are you free tomorrow morning? Chapter 528, My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _4. Yes. Lin Fang nodded. Old Lady Lin continued, tomorrow morning, bring the ice skin jade along, we'll pay a visit to Shengwan Furong's house together. Hearing this, Lin Fang immediately found her backbone, all right, Auntie, I'll listen to you. Old Lady Lin nodded. You're not allowed to hit children anymore, do you understand? Lin Fang sighed, Xiaoya is my daughter, you think I wanted to hit her? I was just too angry. No matter how angry you are, you cannot hit your child in such a way. Old Lady Lin said. Okay, I get it. Lin Fang went over to help Changyu up, looking at her swollen face. With a twinge of heartache, she asked, Xiaoya, are you okay? I'm okay. Changyu shook her head. The next day, accompanied by Old Lady Lin, Lin Fang paid a visit to the Zhao family home. Shengwan Furong's husband's family, the Zhao family, were also wealthy. Their villa was no less splendid than the Shengguan family's residence. After the servant announced their arrival, Old Lady Lin and Lin Fang waited for quite some time before meeting Shengguan Furong. "Old Lady Lin, what brings you here?" Shengguan Furong emerged from her house. "Furong." Lin Fang immediately approached. Shengguan Furong looked up at Lin Fang, her eyes revealing disappointment at Lin Fang's lack of coping skills. She had high hopes for her sister-in-law. Lin Fang was beautiful, her family background was good, her job was decent, and she was good at being sociable. Who would know that Lin had managed to upset the matriarch of the Shengguan family? Shengguan Furong tried to mediate for a long time, but the old lady was not giving in. She was at a loss for what to do. Shengguan Furong did not mince words. "If you're here about that matter, you might as well not mention it. My mother has made up her mind, 10 oxen could not pull it back." Old Lady Lin laughed. "In all of Beijing, who doesn't know that the old lady listens to you? If you put in a few good words for us, perhaps the old lady might agree." This statement was somewhat flattering, and Shengguan Furong was very pleased to hear it. "It's useless, although my mother listens to me, she's not a puppet on a string, and won't listen to everything I say." Old Lady Lin sighed. In reality, Xiaoye was under the influence of others that day. She's not usually like that. "Could you help explain a bit? Whether the old lady listens or not doesn't matter, just as long as you help clarify things. Fang Fang is too innocent. If I had been there yesterday, I would not have let the old lady have such a deep misunderstanding. For this matter, we're counting on you. We're leaving first." Old Lady Lin put the gift box of ice skin jade on the table and led Lin Fang out. "Wait." Shengguan Furong spoke again. Old Lady Lin and Lin Fang stopped in their tracks. "Take your stuff with you." Shengguan Furong indicated the gift box on the table. Old Lady Lin laughed. "Once a gift is given, how could it be taken back? Please accept it. Even if Fang Fang can't become your sister-in-law, you two could still become friends." Although Shengguan Furong quite liked ice skin jade, she knew when to be practical. "Take it back. I don't like repeating things several times." If she accepted the gift, it would change the nature of the conversation. Hearing this, Old Lady Lin had no choice but to take the gift box back. A fleeting shadow passed over Lin Fang's eyes. Watching their retreating figures, Shengguan Furong spoke again. "Regarding my mother, I will try to explain a few things for you. As for whether it will work, that's up to my mother." Shengguan Furong was truly satisfied with Lin Fang, because Lin Fang was easy to control. In this day and age, it was quite difficult to find such a pliable person. Her previous sister-in-law, Su Fun, had not been so accommodating, which was why Shengguan Furong didn't like her very much. Lin Fang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Furong." Shengguan Furong said, "Until things are settled, you should call me Mrs. Zhao." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Fang's face. "All right, Mrs. Zhao." As the two of them left the Zhao family home, Lin Fang turned to Old Lady Lin. "Auntie, do you think there's still hope for this matter?" "It's hard to say." Old Lady Lin said. "Judging by Shengguan Furong's attitude, the old Mrs. Shengguan is truly angry this time." Lin Fang sighed. Old Lady Lin continued, "Don't be too upset. I'll keep an eye out for other prospects for you during this time. We can't hang ourselves on one tree." Lin Fang nodded. With Lin Fang's current conditions, it would not be difficult for her to marry, but if she wanted to find another wealthy family like the Shengguans, it would be a bit more challenging. Chapter 529, My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _5. Today was the day before Ni Yang's departure abroad, so she decided to cook a grand dinner. After all, it would be hard to get authentic Chinese food overseas. She was riding her bike home when she bumped into Gooden's sister, Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua was 22 years old this year. She stopped attending school after the first year of junior high due to poor grades when she was 14. Currently, she managed Ni Yang's third skin care store. Her family's financial conditions had improved, and she dressed more stylishly with a red blazer, black leggings, a pair of little leather shoes, and a high ponytail, looking spirited and beautiful. The store manager's salary was 105 yuan per month. Even her friends who graduated from university couldn't earn a salary that high. Li Ronghua was truly grateful to Ni Yang. Yang. Sister Ronghua. Ni Yang firmly applied her bike brakes and jumped off. Yang, didn't you say you were going to country? Why haven't you left yet? Asked Li Ronghua. Ni Yang answered with a smile, the plane is at 9:30 tomorrow morning. An airplane? Li Ronghua revealed a longing look, I have never been on a plane before. Yang, when you return, you must describe to me what it feels like to be on a plane. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. By the way, Yang, could you do me a favor? Asked Li Ronghua. Just tell me, Sister Ronghua. Li Ronghua continued, my boyfriend always wanted a Parker pen. It's not available for purchase here in our country, could you help me buy one from country? Here is 200 yuan, take it with you. If it's not enough, I will cover the rest when you return. Parker pens from country were quite renowned and a dream come true for many university students. Li Ronghua's boyfriend was a university student. She really loved him, or else she wouldn't be willing to spend 200 yuan. Over the years, she'd subsidized her boyfriend a significant sum of money. Ni Yang accepted the money, alright, I'll keep an eye out for it. Thank you, Yang. Ni Yang continued, by the way, Sister Ronghua, what year is your boyfriend in now? He has repeated 2 years and is now a sophomore. Li Ronghua answered. Oh. Ni Yang nodded, you really treat your boyfriend well, Sister Ronghua. Li Ronghua happily laughed, my boyfriend treats me very well too. Ni Yang continued, if you gave him such an expensive pen, he must have given you many things too, hasn't he? 200 yuan. Li Ronghua wasn't even that generous towards her own parents usually. Li Ronghua casually said, he's still a student. What money could he possibly have? But he has promised me that once he graduates and finds a job, he'll give me the best things in the world. Li Ronghua continued, alright, Yang, I won't keep you. My boyfriend and I agreed to meet at the city library. As she finished her comment, Li Ronghua hurried off. Ni Yang continued to ride her bike. Once she was home, Ni Yang started preparing dinner. She planned to cook roasted chicken, sour soup with enoki mushrooms, boiled meat, hot and sour cucumbers, fried shrimp with green peas, and boiled carrots with mushrooms in the evening. In particular, fried shrimp with green peas was a breast-enhancing dish. Sour soup with enoki mushrooms helped prevent ulcers in the stomach and intestines. The iron content in enoki mushrooms was 20 times that of spinach, and its high fiber content facilitated metabolism. Boiled carrots with mushrooms was an excellent dish for slimming and weight loss. The Compendium of Materia Medica had once stated that carrots could rid the body of illness, nourishing the body. They were good for the heart, stomach, and viscera, as well as induced a good appetite. When cooked with mushrooms, the dish was effective in slimming and losing weight. Since she was about to leave the country, her last meal at home not only needed to taste good but also needed to be nutritious. The changes brought about by the nourishment of food and skincare over the year were palpable not only on Ni Tsuehua and Ni Chenggui but also were immensely impactful. If she hadn't seen them every day, Ni Yang would have almost thought they were completely different people. Of course, the change in Ni Yang herself was not insignificant. During dinner, Ni Tsuehua had even opened a bottle of white wine and drank to toast a few glasses with Ni Chenggui. The next morning, Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua left the house with her luggage. Chirp. Just as they stepped out, Duo flew onto Ni Yang's shoulder and rubbed its little head against Ni Yang's chin, as if showing affection. Duo, be good, go back. We will be back soon. Auntie and I will feed you in the meantime. Chapter 530, My son has gone abroad, he is so amazing. _6. Chirp chirp. It was as if Duo was being grumpy. Pets are not allowed on the plane. Once they are, they'll bring you along for a trip, okay? Duo rubbed against Ni Yang's chin again, looking as if it were wrong tremendously. I'll bring you premium bird feed when I return. Upon hearing premium bird feed, Duo's pair of glossy little eyes instantly lit up. It spread its wings, flew up high, and let out a few happy chirps. You should head back now. Ni Yang waved at it. But Duo did not go back immediately, it only followed Ni Yang to the village entrance. There was a black car parked at the village entrance, with Wu Daming sitting in the driver's seat. Since Mo Qishan wasn't in the country, the task of driving Ni Yang to the airport fell on Wu Daming. Wu Daming. Ni Yang walked up and knocked on the car door. Wu Daming got out of the car by opening the door and took over the suitcase from Ni Yang. Sister-in-law, you and auntie are so early. I thought you guys would leave later. The plane was at 9:30, and it wasn't even 7 yet. Ni Yang smiled and said, it's better to arrive early than to miss the flight. I'm sorry for troubling you with the driving. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. My brother specifically asked me to take care of you before he left. Actually, there wasn't much for him to take care of with Ni Yang. She could drive herself, she could earn her own money. Before encountering Ni Yang, Wu Daming never knew that a girl could be so capable. Sometimes, he even suspected that Ni Yang was a boy. Goodbye, Duo. Before closing the car door, Ni Yang waved at Duo who was flying in midair. Chirp chirp. Duo was spinning circles on the top of the car. Ni Tsuhua, holding little Ni Yun said, Yun, let's also say goodbye to Duo. Upon hearing this, little Ni Yun immediately waved at Duo. Wu Daming joked, this bird sure is smart. It wasn't long before the car arrived at the airport. Ni Yang handed the camera to Wu Daming, can you take a picture for us in front of the airport? Having been reincarnated once, Ni Yang knew how precious these days were. She wanted to remember each moment in her own way. Oh, sister-in-law, you bought a camera. Holy moly, an FM2. I've always wanted this camera but it's too expensive for me to afford. When's your birthday? Ni Yang asked casually. Without thinking, Wu Daming answered, September 8th. Oh. Ni Yang nodded. As Wu Daming was fiddling with the camera, he said, sister-in-law, pose with a sign. Ni Yang struck the classic scissors sign. The scissors gesture became popular in 1941, first used by Winston Churchill in a speech, expressing the determination to win. That's perfect. Wu Daming took a few shots. Ni Yang took the camera back, thanks a bunch, Wu Daming. It was only 8:30 then, still an hour until boarding time, so Ni Yang and Ni Tsuihua made themselves comfortable in the waiting area. There were a lot of people in the waiting area. Little Ni Yun was at the airport for the first time, extremely excited, continuously babbling, but nobody understood what she was saying. Ni Yang was sitting in the third row and could clearly hear the conversation of two aunties nearby. My son is really amazing. He's a sophomore at the foreign language university and there are countless girls throwing themselves at him. Look, this bracelet I'm wearing, it was a gift from that little girl. Chapter 531, Arrived in M Country, Seeking Medical Help _1 Really? Another aunt appears skeptical. What a question. Do you think I'd lie about something like this? Never mind the single pearl, she even paid for my son's tuition and miscellaneous fees. Otherwise, where would I get the money to take a flight? There was a hint of bragging in her voice. The other aunt seemed even more incredulous. Even though extravagant dowries were not expected anymore, having a woman going out of her way to pay for a man was unheard of. It's not like she can't get married. Isn't this simply degrading oneself? You still don't believe it, the short-haired aunt continued, she's visiting our home next month, surely bringing a pile of gifts along. You should come and see for yourself. She wasn't lying. Her son was indeed capable. She was filled with pride that he had a woman willingly offering herself to him. So this young girl is now your son's girlfriend? The short-haired aunt answered proudly, at first, my son wasn't willing to accept her, but she was so persistent he felt compelled to agree. The other aunt expressed her admiration, your son really has quite the skills. Indeed. That's why education matters. My son, aside from being a university student, is also handsome. If we were in ancient times, he would likely have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Just last week, she bought my son a pair of sneakers worth 68 yuan. That is equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker, quite a significant expense indeed. The young girl's family must be wealthy? Wealthy? They're just a poor 3-generation family of peasants. There was a strong hint of disdain in her voice. And she still treats your son so well? Doesn't she like my son? Of course, she must treat him well. If he discards her, what can she do? It's all because her son is capable. The other aunt threw her an envious look. Listening to this conversation, Yang furrowed her brows, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to Li Ronghua. Li Ronghua was great to her boyfriend, but would she end up in the same situation, throwing herself at his family? Sometime later, the airport broadcast announced boarding. Yang accompanied Tsuihua to check their tickets. Although little Yun didn't need a ticket, considering the long flight and to not inconvenience the other passengers, Yang also bought a ticket for little Yun. 3 seats were in a row on the plane, conveniently allowing little Yun to sit in the middle. As the plane took off, the huge thrust created a discomforting sensation of ringing and pain in the ears. Tsuihua turned pale with fear. Is the plane going to fall from the sky? Mom, don't worry, this is just the imbalance of pressure inside and outside the middle ear, it'll pass soon. Yang comforted Tsuihua, and as if on cue, the plane started to stabilize. Tsuihua was still somewhat worried. The thought of the plane suddenly falling from such a height was terrifying. It's too horrifying. Mom, look outside the window. At her words, Tsuihua turned her gaze out of the window. The outside view was spectacular with a clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds, creating an irresistible urge to fling open the window and rush out. Tsuihua never imagined that she'd be on a plane one day. There is an old saying, why don't you just go to heaven? And now she was, literally, in the heavens. It's so beautiful. The scenery outside successfully distracted Tsuihua from her fear of the plane crashing. Yang took off little Yun's shoes, allowing her to stand barefoot on the seat and look out the window. Even though the view was magnificent, it could become monotonous after a while. Barely an hour later, the cabin was filled with light snores. The flight to M country took a total of 12 hours. When Yang woke up, it was mealtime. The airplane offered free lunch. It wasn't until 6:30 a.m. local time that they arrived at the Miami airport. Shisua Island was only 40 kilometers away. But since they couldn't book a hotel online, they would have to take a cab and find a hotel locally once they exited the airport. Luckily, Yang had visited Shisua Island several times in her past life and wasn't unfamiliar with it. Even though the Shisua Island in this life was somewhat different from the one in her past, the general routes remained the same. Chapter 532, Arrived in M country, Seeking Medical Help _2. Influenced by the invasion war, M country was much more prosperous than China during this period. Standing on the streets of Miami, Yang had the illusion of returning to the future world. Being a coastal city, tall coconut trees were planted on both sides of the highway, along with wide tar roads, and youths in mini ultra-short skirts, and denim attires with dirty braids. This was the first time Tsuihua had seen foreigners. Holding little Ni Yun, she softly asked Ni Yang, why are some foreigners so black and some are so white? Ni Yang explained, country became independent in 1776. Before that, it was a colony of Y country, populated by the descendants of people from Y country, D country, F country, and Spain. These descendants all have white skin. But at this time, black people from F continent were shipped to North America by European colonizers to be slaves on southern plantations. These people are the ancestors of Africans in M country, so black people usually don't have much status in M country. Even in the future, M country still had very serious racial discrimination. Ni Tsuhua nodded, "Oh, I see. Mom, let's hail a cab in front." Ni Yang held a suitcase in one hand, and Ni Quihua's arm in the other. There were many taxis on the streets of M country. Ni Yang quickly flagged one down. The driver, a blonde, blue-eyed white man, was planning to overcharge Ni Yang when he saw that she and Ni Tsuihua were Asians. However, Ni Yang's first words made him eat his words. Ni Yang spoke fluent and authentic American English, even more standard than the broadcasters on the radio. "Please go to Arizona's Peggy Lee Hotel." "All right." The driver was stunned for a moment, and then started the engine, abandoning his plan to overcharge Ni Yang smoothly. Both Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun dozed off after sitting on the plane for more than 10 hours. On the road, the driver, out of curiosity, asked, "Excuse me, ladies, can I ask which country you are coming from? Our country or H country?" Ni Yang gave a faint smile, "None of the above." "None of the above?" The driver was taken aback. "If it's none of the above, where are they from?" He remembered that's what Asians look like. "We're from China." Ni Yang continued. "China?" The driver expressed in surprise. In this era, most M country residents' impressions of China were still stuck in the sick man of East Asia period. The driver was genuinely surprised to discover that Ni Yang was Chinese. It can't be denied that mother and daughter, Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang, renewed his understanding of Chinese people. Ni Yang nodded. "Oh my God, your English is too good," the driver exclaimed. "Thank you for the praise." The driver continued, "Are you ladies planning to settle down in M country? Otherwise, how could your English be so good?" "No." Ni Yang shook her head, "This is our first time in M country." The driver was even more surprised. About an hour later, the car arrived at the destination. The driver enthusiastically took out the suitcases from the trunk and helped them to the hotel's front desk. Besides the cab fare, Ni Yang also tipped him $1 as everyone in M country had a habit of tipping. "Thank you, beautiful ladies. God bless you." The driver took off his hat and bowed slightly. "I don't understand a single word this M country person is saying." Ni Tsuhua looked a bit troubled. Despite being literate back home, she inevitably felt blind here. Going blind was one thing, now she couldn't even understand what they were saying. "They speak English. It's normal for you not to understand. Is English easy to learn?" Ni Tsuehua asked. "Would you like to learn? I want to give it a try." Humans only realize how insignificant they are when they get out and see the world. Ni Yang laughed. "If summarized, English has just 26 letters, which is a lot simpler than Chinese. If you want to learn it, I can teach you when we return home. Starting to learn English seriously is much easier than Chinese. English words are simple, unlike Chinese words, which have multiple pronunciations, homophones, simplified characters, borrowed words, and so on. The current Chinese character library contains 91,251 characters. In contrast, English has just 26 letters. "Okay." Ni Tsuehua nodded. They smoothly booked a double bedroom at the front desk, and the attendant led the mother and daughter to their Sevu room on the 5th floor. Chapter 533, Arrived in M Country, Seeking Medical Help _3. The room of 20 square meters was carpeted and adorned with famous paintings hanging on the wall, exemplifying a modern style. "Mom, let's rest at the hotel for a day and go out sightseeing tomorrow," Ni Yang proposed. "Alright," Ni Tsuehua had no objection, given that they just had a tiring day of travel. Jinghua Village. Just as Ni Yang had gone out, two bearded old men knocked at the gate of the Ni family's courtyard. Although both Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang had gone abroad, there were still employees working at the Ni residence. The factory was established behind the small courtyard of the Ni family. Upon hearing the knock, the person in charge ran over to open the door immediately. The person in charge was a middle-aged woman, Yang Xiaowan, who got along well with Ni Tsuehua. Yang Xiaowan looked at the visitors warily. "Who are you looking for?" "May I ask where Comrade Ni Yang is?" asked one of the white-bearded old men. If Ni Yang were present, this white-bearded old man would have been Dr. Wang Yili, who had treated Yang Guobao in the past. After curing Yang Guobao's epilepsy, Dr. Wang had sought to learn medical skills from Ni Yang. Ni Yang was a very generous person. She did not conceal or withhold her medical skills, and Wang Yili greatly admired her. This admiration led them to become close friends, with no difference in their ages. "Yang Yang is not at home. Do you need her for something?" Yang Xiaowan continued. Wang Yili replied, "My surname is Wang. I run a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Beijing. I came to see Comrade Ni Yang previously, and I need to see her urgently now. Do you know when she will be back?" Yang Xiaowan continued, "Yang Yang went to M country for a trip yesterday, we don't know when she'll return." "She's gone to M country?" Wang Yili was somewhat surprised. A look of disappointment appeared on the face of the old man standing next to Wang Yili. "It's really unfortunate. Why would she suddenly go to M country?" "Yes." Yang Xiaowan nodded. "What did she say when she left?" Wang Yili asked immediately after. Yang Xiaowan said, "She didn't say much. I think it'll be at least half a month before she can return. It would have been good if you had come a day earlier." "Alright, sorry to bother you." With no other choice, Wang Yili could only leave temporarily with another elderly man. This elderly man was Wang Yili's younger brother by 1 year named Wang Yizhong. Wang Yizhong anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" "Brother, do you know any other reliable peers you can recommend?" Wang Yili replied, "Don't worry. Aside from medical skills, traditional Chinese medicine also emphasizes a bond between the doctor and the patient. If the foreign woman cannot hold on until Comrade Ni Yang returns, it means that it's her fate. Brother, why don't you come to take a look? Maybe you have a way." Wang Yizhong suggested. Wang Yili shook his head. "The only person who has the potential to cure this disease is Comrade Ni Yang." Wang Yili only regretted not learning more from Ni Yang at that time. Although he takes pride in his high medical skills, the culture of traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound and learning is endless. Then he added, "At this time, finding more Chinese medical practitioners would only make that Mr. Abner more skeptical about the capabilities of traditional Chinese medicine." Upon hearing this, Wang Yizhong's expression darkened. "Then what should we do now? You don't know how those foreigners mock Chinese medicine. Especially that girl named Miss G, she doesn't take Chinese medicine seriously." Mentioning Miss G made Wang Yizhong angry. Even though she was Chinese, she belittled the centuries-old Chinese medical culture. "Wait." Wang Yili squinted his eyes. "What if the patient can't wait any longer?" Wang Yili helplessly said, "Then it can only be said that she has no fate with Chinese medicine." Wang Yizhong said, "Isn't that the same as admitting in front of those people that Chinese medicine is incapable? As Chinese medicine practitioners, who would want to admit that Chinese medicine is incapable? If Chinese medicine were truly incapable, it wouldn't have been handed down for thousands of years in China. But at the moment, they had no other options." Wang Yili continued, "You don't need to take it to such an extreme. The patient has been ill for over a year, and she has managed to pull through this whole time. It's unlikely that something will happen in these few days. Wang Yizhong sighed, there's nothing we can do then. After saying this, he asked, brother, is this comrade really that amazing as you say? Wang Yili said, let me put it this way, if even comrade Ni Yang can't cure this disease, then it truly is incurable. Chapter 534, Arrived in M Country, Seeking Medical Help _4. The Wang family have been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations, and Wang Yili is exceptionally skilled in medical arts. There are few people he greatly admires. Ni Yang was the first. Wang Yizhong also grasped the weight of this sentiment, then we can only take this approach currently. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Wang Yizhong got into a different car. Bro, I am going to pay Mr. Abner a visit. Go ahead. Wang Yili nodded. Just as their car stopped before the manor, Ji Ro walked over from the other side, her face filled with mockery. Dr. Wang, how did it go? Did you manage to invite the divine doctor? Though Dr. Wang didn't feel like engaging Ji Ro, she was, after all, in charge here. It happens that the divine doctor was not home today, he went on a trip to M Country. Oh really? Ji Rao's mouth twitched into a smirk. Dr. Wang, is it really that hard to admit that traditional Chinese medicine doesn't work? You know, once someone tells a lie, they have to tell 100 more to cover it. What nonsense about a divine doctor. It was just an excuse by Wang Yizhong. Ji Ro just didn't believe that there was such an effective divine doctor in China. Do I have a reason to lie to you? Wang Yizhong retorted angrily. Ji Ro laughed, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Your wife's malady is clearly a matter of days. You're just trying to buy time. By then, you can take credit in front of Mr. Abner. After all, if there's no merit, at least there's hard work. I'm not as shameless as you think. Ji Ro continued, I fear, you're even more shameless than I've imagined. Wang Yizhong was really furious. He had never encountered such an disrespectful junior. Are you or are you not a Chinese? I am now. Ji Ro continued, but don't worry, after tomorrow I won't be. She had already applied for immigration. With the help Mr. Abner, her visa would be approved by tomorrow. After tomorrow, she would be a bona fide citizen of F Country. Just then, Mr. Abner walked out. Dr. Wang, you're back. How did it go? Did you see the divine doctor? The anger on Wang Yizhong's face faded a bit, he regretfully shook his head. Unfortunately, the divine doctor just happened to go abroad. Mr. Abner frowned slightly. When will the divine doctor be back? Before Wang Yizhong could speak, Ji Ro interjected, Dr. Wang, is the divine doctor's return indefinite? She deliberately emphasized the words divine doctor and indefinite, imbuing them with a hint of ridicule. Wang Yizhong's face turned a shade darker as he nodded. Ji Rao's face broke out in a smile. Mr. Abner looked at Wang Yizhong, his face full of disappointment. He had put all his hopes on him, but Wang Yizhong had repeatedly disappointed him. At this point, Mr. Abner couldn't help but doubt, is traditional Chinese medicine really effective? If so, why are these people consistently evasive? You can leave first. Mr. Abner looked at Wang Yizhong. Mr. Abner. Go back. Mr. Abner continued, come back when you find the divine doctor. Ji Ro walked up to Wang Yizhong and gestured a please leave, her lips curled into a smile. Dr. Wang, please. With no other choice, Wang Yizhong had to follow Ji Ro and leave. Just as they were about to reach the gate, Wang Yizhong suddenly turned back. Mr. Abner, rest assured, I'll definitely invite the divine doctor to treat your mother's illness. He was determined to reclaim the dignity of traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Abner didn't say anything, he just turned around and went into the house. Ji Ro mocked, Dr. Wang, it's broad daylight, how can you still dream? Humph. Wang Yizhong snorted, and left with a flourish of his sleeve. M Country, Miami Hotel. After resting in the hotel for a day, she woke up refreshed the next morning. After freshening up, Yang started picking out clothes in front of her suitcase. She didn't have a lot of clothes with her this time, a simple t-shirt with jeans, a retro-styled button-down shirt with black wide-leg trousers, and 2 cheongsams. She mainly brought clothes of traditional Chinese style. After hesitating, Yang finally chose a light-colored cheongsam. The light-colored cheongsam, along with red edges, embroidered with lifelike flowers on the chest, was harmoniously matched with a pair of light-colored high heels. Simply perfect. After changing into the cheongsam, Yang took a red retro hairpin from a small jewelry box and put it next to her right ear. The tassels of the hairpin hung down to the earlobe. The red tassels and the vibrant embroidery matched perfectly. Chapter 535, Arrived in M Country, Seeking Medical Help _5. After pinning her hair, Yang left it down instead of tying it up. She looked extraordinary, like a feminine and beautiful deity stepping out from a painting. The first stop was Shisua Island. To get to Shisua Island, they had to take a boat. Though it had already been a day since they arrived in M Country and settled into the Haijing Hotel, it was Quihua's first time to be this close to the ocean. The deep blue water where it met the far-off sky was a spectacular sight. It made one want to shout out loud. Even though the ocean was beautiful, everyone on board was captivated by Yang. She was a very charismatic Oriental woman. At that moment, Yang stood by the rail, gazing at the distant islands. The wind carried her shiny black hair, creating a chaotic beauty. "Excuse me, miss. Could we get to know each other better?" An M Country youngster carrying a glass of red wine approached Yang. Yang glanced at him. "Hello." She did not reject the polite approach. "Hello, my name is James, I'm from Chicago in M Country." "And you?" "My name is Yang. I'm Chinese." "Chinese?" James was mildly shocked. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful Chinese woman. "Do you have a boyfriend?" James went on, "If not, I wonder if I could have the honor of being your boyfriend. Most people from M Country are quite open. In the conservative 1980s, they were already into the trend of one-night stands, so it wasn't strange for them to bring up dating when they first met someone." "I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend." Yang politely declined. "Oh my God. That's such a pity. Your boyfriend must be really outstanding, right?" James could hardly imagine the kind of Oriental man that could match this beautiful lady. Yang slightly nodded. "Yes, he is indeed a very outstanding person. To outsiders, Mo Chishan might seem incompetent and useless. But in the heart of Yang, he was the one and only Mr. Mo." Even after finding out that Yang had a boyfriend, James wasn't disheartened and he invited her to join him. However, she politely declined. After James left, many other men approached Yang and tried to flirt with her, but she politely declined them as well. Tsuihua didn't understand what they were saying and curiously asked Yang, "What are they saying to you?" Yang smiled and replied, "Nothing important, just some casual flirting." "Oh," Tsuihua nodded. Soon, the boat docked on the island. There were already numerous people bustling on the beach, men in swimming trunks and women in bikinis. Upon seeing this, Tsuihua immediately covered her eyes. "How can they dress like this? I can't bear to watch. How could they just wear their underwear and come out? And there were adult men here too." Tsuihua, being a traditional woman, could not accept this kind of dressing. Yang laughed. "Mom, this is called a bikini, it's specially worn for swimming. Don't think they're exposing too much. They've covered what needs to be covered." No, I can't watch." The people of M Country had voluptuous bodies and when they wore bikinis, it was even more provocative. No wonder Tsuihua couldn't accept it. Yang pulled her mother's hands away from her face. "What are you avoiding? Look around a little more, you'll get used to it." almost all swimmers dress like this. Ni Tsuhua immediately replied, I don't want to dress like this, and I don't want to swim. Alright, well just stroll along the beach and pick up some seashells, is that okay? Ni Yang led Ni Tsuehua towards a less crowded area. There were many fun things to do by the seashore. Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun played with the sand while Ni Yang went to rent beach chairs and an umbrella. She also bought 2 huge sunglasses on her way. Mom, this is for you. After putting on her sunglasses, Ni Yang handed the remaining pair to Ni Tsuehua. The sunglasses were large and covered most of Ni Yang's face once she wore them, leaving only the snow-white skin and red lips visible. Even though the cheongsam was of a vintage style, and the sunglasses were modern, there was no inconsistency when worn together on Ni Yang's face. Ni Yang, with her little shovel, was treasure hunting on the beach, and she even found a beached sea star in the shallow water. Mom! Ni Yang quickly called Ni Tsuehua. What is it? Ni Tsuehua immediately came over, carrying little Ni Yun. Mom, look here. Is this a star? Ni Tsuehua curiously asked, oh, why is it moving? Ni Yang explained, this is a starfish, a marine creature. Can it be eaten? Ni Tsuehua asked further. Ni Yang nodded, yes, it's edible, but this one is too small. Little Ni Yun pointed at the starfish and said, put back, in the sea. Ni Yang patted the little Ni Yun's head, alright, well put it back in the sea. Mom, let me take a picture of you. Okay. Ni Tsuehua donned her sunglasses and looked towards the camera with little Ni Yun. With a click, the camera captured this beautiful moment. Just then, a little girl collecting seashells walked by. Ni Yang handed her the camera, excuse me, could you help us take a photo? Of course. The little girl happily took the camera. Being able to photograph such beautiful people was an honor for her. The little girl click took several photos in succession. Thank you. You're welcome. The little girl handed the camera back to Ni Yang, extending a friendly hand, my name is Emily, and I'm 18. Nice to meet you. Ni Yang smiled and shook her hand, nice to meet you, too. My name is Ni Yang. I'm also 18 this year. Oh my God. What a coincidence. Emily exclaimed. Yes. Ni Yang continued, that's my mom, and that's my little sister. Your family is all so gorgeous. Like angels. In M country, the highest compliment one could give to another was to compare them to angels. You're very beautiful, too. Soon, Ni Yang made her first good friend in M country, Emily. At noon, Emily took Ni Yang and her family to the most delicious restaurant on the island. Ni Yang paid the bill first. Emily felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Ni Yang, you're too polite. We're in my country, so I should be treating you. Ni Yang smiled, that's okay. When you visit China next time, you can treat me. Alright. Emily nodded, what interesting places are there in China? Ni Yang immediately introduced Emily to the famous attractions in China. For example, the sunrise at Yellow Mountain, the Great Wall at Badaling, the magical and beautiful views of the 3 gorges on the Yangtze River, the Forbidden City, the misty Jiangnan, along with the saying, heaven is above, yet Suzhou and Hangzhou are below. Listening to the descriptions, Emily was fascinated. Finally, Ni Yang said, not only do we have many scenic spots in China, but we also have an abundance of delicious food. Especially in the Bashu area, I believe that once you go there, you won't want to come back. Emily asked, are there sandwiches and pizza? Ni Yang laughed, of course ours is much more delicious. Sandwiches and pizza are just fast food in our place. When you come to China, it'll take you to have a state banquet in the Forbidden City. Yes, yes. Emily nodded her head eagerly, wishing she could go to China immediately. By the way, Ni Yang, your skin is so good, you must be using a very good skincare product, right? Ni Yang's skin was delicate and smooth, just like a peeled egg, to the envy of others. Emily had observed quietly that even up close, no flaw could be seen. Ni Yang nodded slightly. I am indeed using a pretty good skincare product. Chapter 536, Astonished country people, lovers finally meet. _1 Upon hearing this, Emily's eyes lit up. After all, no girl does not love looking beautiful. So, what brand of skincare products do you use? Asked Emily impatiently. Ice Skin Jade, replied Ni Yang. However, skincare products of this brand can only be purchased in China. That's a shame, disappointment flashed in Emily's eyes. No worries, Ni Yang smiled. I can send them to you when I go back home. Really? Emily looked surprised. Of course. Ni Yang nodded. I have a spare set of Ice Skin Jade that you can try. If it suits you, I'll send you more in the future. Ni Yang had brought an extra set of Ice Skin Jade specially on this trip, and she didn't expect it would come in handy. Perhaps this would turn out to be a great opportunity to venture into the international market. You're the best, Ni Yang. Emily exclaimed while hugging Ni Yang. We're friends, after all. Ni Yang patted Emily's back. Let's go to the shallow beach for a swim this afternoon, suggested Emily. Sure, but I have to discuss it with my mom first. Ni Yang thought it might be a bit challenging to persuade Suehua, who was still uncomfortable with bikinis, to go swimming. I'll go rest now. I'll come back and meet you at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. Ni Yang nodded. There were rooms on the island for travelers to rest. After returning to her room, Ni Yang suggested, Mom, let's go swimming in the afternoon. I won't go, I want. Suehua shook her head immediately. There was no way she could go out in such revealing attire. Come on, let's go. Ni Yang continued. We're modern women now, we should be open to new things. Also, not all swimsuits are revealing, we can choose ones with more cloth. It was also a way for them to grow. Suehua couldn't always live like she was in a feudal society. It's still embarrassing. There are so many people on the beach, Suehua was still hesitant. Let's go. We're already here at the seaside. It would be such a pity not to swim once. I promise to choose a very, very conservative swimwear for you. After much persuasion from Ni Yang, Suehua finally agreed reluctantly. At 1 in the afternoon, Emily came in to meet Ni Yang on time. Ni Yang. Emily, we are going to pick out swimsuits now. Do you want to come with us? Emily nodded, sure. They all went to choose their swimsuits together. The store had more variety of bikini swimsuits, and there were both male and female customers. Suehua felt embarrassed. Mom, this one would fit you perfectly. Ni Yang picked up a sleeveless and boxer-style swimsuit and handed it to Suehua. Isn't this bottom too short? Suehua kind of detested it. Ni Yang laughed and said, compared to the triangular ones, the boxers are already conservative. Forget it, I want swim. This one's fine. Ni Yang pushed the swimsuit into Quihua's hand. Look at how people wearing bikinis are swimming in the sea. This is so conservative compared to them. What are you still worried about? We are living in a new era, we have to keep up. Well, Suehua was still hesitant. Stop hesitating and go try them on. Ni Yang coaxed her towards the fitting room. Ni Yang, I think this one would look great on you. Emily picked out a sexy string bikini and handed it to Ni Yang. If Ni Yang really wore that outfit, Suehua might faint on the beach. No, 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 Ni Yang quickly waved her hand, this one is too sexy. I think this one is just right. Ni Yang casually picked up a halter-neck swimsuit. Even though she felt free, Ni Yang still had to consider Quihua's feelings. Your figure is so good, what a waste to wear this one, said Emily. Ni Yang replied with a smile, this one looks very good too. After a while, Tsuihua came out of the fitting room in her new swimwear. It was quite snug, and she felt very uncomfortable, hiding her arms and legs with her hands. Oh my God! Auntie, your figure is amazing! Emily exclaimed in surprise. Quihua's figure didn't seem like someone who had several children. It was so good that even Emily, a young girl, was envious. Mom, you look fabulous. You don't need to cover yourself, said Ni Yang, laughing. Tsuihua wrinkled her brows slightly, this is too tight, it's uncomfortable. Chapter 537, Astonished Country People, Lovers Finally Meet. _2. No problem, you'll get used to it. Ni Yang brought Ni Tsuihua to the mirror, look at how beautiful you are. The woman in the mirror had a well-proportioned body and clear skin. Her facial features were exquisite, and there were hardly any traces of age on her face. She was a world apart from the rural woman she used to be, constantly exposed to the elements. Even little Ni Yun looked up and mumbled unclearly, pretty, mama, pretty. Auntie, are you also using that ice-white jade skin beauty product? Emily asked. Yes, Ni Yang nodded, my mom is using it too. Now, Emily was getting increasingly curious about ice-white jade skin. This beauty product is really amazing. After Ni Tsuihua changed, Ni Yang also went into the fitting room with a selected swimsuit. When Ni Yang came out dressed, Emily then realized what the perfect body figure was. The seemingly modest swimsuit on Ni Yang radiated lethal allure. Especially those long legs under the skirt, thin and long, delicate as jade. Her slender waist appeared vulnerable to the wind, as if it would break with a pinch, but where she needed to be plump, she was not skinny at all, curvaceous and exquisite. Emily was so fascinated that she didn't even want to blink. If she were a man, she would definitely pursue Ni Yang wildly. Emily had chosen a popular bikini. She also had a great figure but not as balanced as Ni Yang. Europeans tend to be a bit plump overall. Ni Tsuihua felt somewhat embarrassed looking at Emily, feeling it somewhat inappropriate especially with a lot of men on the beach. After changing into their swimsuits, Ni Yang bought a few floating rings and a small rubber duck. There were many people swimming and playing in the shallow beach. Although everyone was dressed lightly, they didn't stare at each other. Initially, Ni Tsuihua felt uncomfortable, but she gradually let go, and even learned how to swim under Ni Yang's guidance. Emily sat on the rubber duck and played with little Ni Yun. During the fun, Ni Yang didn't forget to take pictures to document these wonderful moments. In the evening, a South American-style beach party was held. There were bonfires, food, various art performances, and even more people than during the day. Ni Yang and Ni Tsuihua, with little Ni Yun, enjoyed large lobsters while watching the performances. When thirsty, they enjoyed natural coconut juice. Life was very enjoyable. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the performing crowd nearby, followed by shouting. Doctor! Is there a doctor here? Ni Yang immediately put down her utensils, Mom, you and Yun stay here, I'll go check. As a doctor, it was her duty to save lives and heal the wounded. She could not stand by in the face of such an occurrence. All right, Ni Tsuihua nodded, Yang, be careful. I will. When Ni Yang got to the middle of the crowd, a Western doctor had already reached the patient's side. He kneeled down, lifted the patient's eyelids, then felt the patient's neck, but eventually shook his head helplessly, and walked to the side of the crowd. It meant there was no hope. A little boy, crying, clung to the doctor's leg. Doctor, please save my mom. The doctor sighed, I'm very sorry. The boy cried even louder. Murmuring rippled through the crowd. Ni Yang didn't say much, but directly went to the patient's side, squatted down, and put her hand on the patient's wrist. After a short while, she looked up and said, Don't worry, your mother can still be saved. The boy immediately stopped crying, and looked at Ni Yang, unbelievingly. Really? Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Upon hearing this, the crowd around was stunned, all looking at Ni Yang and whispering doubtfully, including the doctor who couldn't believe it. The patient has no heartbeat. What kind of joke are you playing? Western medicine from country is the most advanced and developed. Even their leftovers introduced into Asia are mundane. How could an Asian solve a patient left helpless by Western medicine? Ni Yang explained, no heartbeat doesn't mean she's dead. This is a case of alcoholic intoxication causing brain hypoxia, leading to a state of apparent death. The doctor shrugged, oh. God. Do all Asians, like you, love to boast? For attention, Asians could do anything. Ni Yang stopped explaining and looked at the crowd. Can anyone lend me a lighter and a needle? Chapter 538, Astonished country people, lovers finally meet. _3. I have a lighter. A man handed over a lighter. Where's the needle? Does anyone have a needle? Yang, I have a needle. Ni Tsuihua handed over a needle threaded with string. There's a tradition in Dam village of pinning a threaded needle to departing children's clothing for safety and protection. This practice is hazardous, as careless handling could injure a baby. As such, it was gradually forgotten over time and only remembered by the older generation. The needle in Ni Kuihua's hand was taken from little Ni Yun. Ni Yang took the needle, heated it to red hot with the lighter, and slowly inserted it into the patient's Chungwang acupoint on their head. As soon as the needle entered, visible vapor began to emanate from the patient's head. The spectators were stunned. None of them had ever seen the art of acupuncture before. Murder. You're committing murder. Oh my God. What is she doing? Ni Yang didn't bother to explain, removing the needle from the patient's head after a few seconds and then inserting it into their Renjong acupoint. A big man from country couldn't bear to watch any longer. He rolled up his sleeves and charged over with his fists flying. Oh. God. You bad guy, stop it. Ni Yang held the needle and gently raised her other hand, grabbing the man's incoming fist. Calm down, I am saving her. In country, Ni Yang was the foreigner. Seeing her dare to resist, the other onlookers also rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. Just when things seemed to reach a boiling point, the child who had previously been crying exclaimed joyfully, she woke up. Mom woke up. When everyone looked, the middle-aged woman on the ground indeed came to. She was actually saving a life. Everyone present, including the doctor from before, was astonished. This was simply unbelievable. Thunderous applause followed. But there wasn't a trace of pride on Ni Yang's face. She remained calm, as if nothing had happened, and carried on to insert the third needle. When she inserted the third needle, the pale complexion of the middle-aged woman gradually transformed into a healthy blush. She attempted to get up, but Ni Yang held her shoulder down. Don't move yet. You've just woken up, take it easy. The middle-aged woman nodded. Open your mouth. Ni Yang fed her a heat-clearing and detoxifying pill she carried with her. The pill was tiny, but its effect was potent. About 2 minutes later, the woman's expression cleared up. The Western doctor approached and asked, "How are you feeling now?" "I'm well." "That's incredibly miraculous." The doctor was still somewhat disbelieving. According to his diagnosis, the middle-aged woman was virtually gone. If he hadn't witnessed it all, he would never have believed this to be real. "Thank you, miss. God bless you." The middle-aged woman stood up and bowed to Ni Yang. "Thank you." The little boy also bowed. "You're welcome. Was that acupuncture of ancient medicine you used just now?" Someone asked in curiosity. "Yes." Ni Yang nodded. With a look of sudden realization, the person declared, "Our country has a miraculous ancient medicine. You have such good medical skills. You must be from our country. He made his last sentence sound like a statement rather than a question. Upon hearing this, everyone present seemed to agree. Ni Yang replied, I am Chinese. The acupuncture I just utilized originated from ancient Chinese medicine. China? Since when did China's medical skills become so good? In M country's perception, China is a backward country. Even when they have subways, the Chinese still keep their long braids. Little did they know, China is rapidly developing, and its future is stunningly impressive. So did your China just recently import acupuncture from our country? Ni Yang frowned slightly. Chinese ancient medicine has carried on for thousands of years, it's a genuine treasure. When did it become our country's? During the Tang dynasty, our country sent numerous emissaries to China to learn advanced Chinese culture, which included miraculous ancient medicine. When it came to national interests, Ni Yang obviously had to make things clear. In reality, our country learned many things from China, such as the tea ceremony, and even their traditional attire kimono was modeled after ancient Chinese hanfu. However, the people of our country, being selfish by nature, took these elements, revised history, and claimed them for their own. Chapter 539, Astonished M Country People, Lovers Finally Meet. _4. Ni Yen conducted herself with neither servility nor arrogance, impressing everyone around her. So, China had become this strong. This beautiful lady, my name is Sarah, and this is my son, John. Please tell me your name, as I must thank you properly, Sarah asked. Ni Yen responded with a smile, there's no need to thank me. By the way, do you have a pen and paper? She had saved a life out of duty. If she possessed medical skills but refused to use them to save lives, it would be morally wrong. Yes, I do. Sarah took out a small notebook and a pen from her bag and handed them to Ni Yen. Ni Yen grabbed them and began to write on the paper. After about 2 minutes, she returned the items to Sarah. This is a prescription. If you fill it out and follow the instructions to boil it with water, 3 days of consecutive ingestion will completely detox the body. Even though they were in M country, if one was earnest, it was not difficult to find traditional Chinese medicine. Sarah looked down at the notebook filled with closely packed writing. Not only were the names of Chinese herbs translated into English, but the instructions were also written clearly in English. The handwriting was brisk but readable, revealing a sort of bravura that was pleasing to the eye. Initially, Sarah thought Ni Yen was going to write down her address. It was unexpected that she penned a prescription instead. The young Eastern lady was quite different from what she had imagined. Just as Sarah wanted to say something, the girl who was previously before her had mysteriously disappeared from sight. My dear, we've met an angel. Sarah exclaimed excitedly while holding on to John. Ni Yen and Ni Tsuehua headed for a magic show. Unfazed by the incident, both mother and daughter continued their day. Ni Tsuehua marveled at the magician performing tricks like metamorphosis and alcoholic teleportation. My goodness! This is amazing! This was her first time watching a magic show. Since leaving Dam Village, her life had been filled with countless first times. It was almost midnight before the trio returned to their lounge. Despite the island lounge not being as luxurious as a hotel, it did not affect their sleep. The island was peaceful, with only the sound of waves crashing against the shore in the late-night silence. While walking along the beach the next day, Ni Yen set her eyes on a purple and white striped maxi dress. To match the dress, she bought a wide-brimmed straw hat. The next day, Ni Yen donned the dress, paired with the hat and sunglasses. Her height made the long beach dress even more flattering. She looked more fabulous than a superstar walking down the beach, turning heads as she went. Oh dear! I almost didn't recognize you. Emily ran up to Ni Yen as soon as she removed her sunglasses. Ni Yen in a cheongsam was vastly different from Ni Yen in a beach dress. Emily thought. Was it that dramatic? Ni Yen asked with a chuckle. Yes, absolutely, replied Emily, nodding emphatically. By the way, we're planning to return to the hotel tomorrow. Do you want to join us? Ni Yen continued. Yes, of course. I need to get that miraculous ice jade skin cream from you. Emily responded excitedly. Alright, we're leaving at 5 a.m. tomorrow to watch the sunrise, Ni Yen replied. The sunrise by the sea often occurred much earlier than on land. Emily nodded in agreement. The next morning, Ni Yen and Emily boarded the boat back to the hotel. Despite her numerous trips to the islands in her previous life, this was Ni Yen's first time watching a sunrise at sea. Standing at the end of the deck with a glass of aromatic red wine, watching the sun slowly rise, was an incredibly surreal experience. The sunrise over the ocean was more spectacular than on land, especially when the sea turned red with the reflection, creating a wonderful scene of the sky mirroring the sea. Splash! Something leapt out of the water. Ah! Doggy! Little Ni Yen clapped excitedly. At just over a year old, she had yet to learn the names of all animals and thus referred to everything as doggy or birdie. Ni Yen laughed and corrected her, Yun, that's not a doggy. It's a dolphin. The ocean in M country during the 1980s was unpolluted, and dolphins were not overfished. The marine ecosystem was well preserved, spotting dolphins in the sea was not a rare occurrence. Chapter 540, Astonished M country people, lovers finally meet. _5. However, the sight of dolphins leaping out of the sea at sunrise was rare, so Ni Yang immediately picked up her camera to capture the moment. After a while, the boat docked. Emily stood at the hotel entrance, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh my God! We are so fated. I'm staying at this hotel too." Really? Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. Of course. Emily nodded. Ni Yang brought Emily to her room and handed her the unopened box of Radiant Skin. This is the Radiant Skin skincare set, just read the instructions for use. Oh yes, there are a few samples in there too, you can try those first. Since the very beginning, Ni Yang intended to introduce Radiant Skin to the international market. Therefore, she had instructed for both Chinese and English labels when she had them made. Thank you, how much is this? Emily took out her purse. Ni Yang laughed, no need for money. If you really want to thank me, teach my mother English. Also, she can help you learn some Chinese. Sure. Emily nodded enthusiastically. She had no plans to go out and explore anyway. During these past few days on the island, Ni Tsuihua had already picked up a few simple English phrases, such as hello, thank you, excuse me, and other commonly used expressions. Ni Tsuihua was a very smart person, so she had no difficulty picking up new concepts. On the contrary, Emily was not as quick to learn. While Ni Tsuihua was already mastering many little English tricks, Emily still had not grasped Chinese at all. By the end of the day, Ni Tsuihua had learned to introduce herself in English and some basic phrases for asking directions. Although her grasp of the language was just at the surface, it was a significant improvement from her first day in M country. She had begun to accept M country gradually, but was still having difficulty adjusting to the food. She was fine initially, but after days of eating lobster and king crab, she began to miss the meals in China, like rice, hot pot, braised pork, and even pickled radish from the snowfields. No matter how great M country is, it could never compare to China. Over the next few days, Ni Yang took Ni Tsuihua to visit places like the Marsh Park, Coral Tower, and Hemingway House. A flash, and more than 10 days had passed. At the moment, the mother and daughter have arrived in Hawaii from Miami, where they would be able to visit the Volcano National Park and the famous black sand beach on the Big Island of Hawaii. The beach was a place they would never get tired of. To their surprise, they stumbled upon a Chinese restaurant right on the black sand beach. Encountering a fellow countryman in a foreign land thrilled Ni Tsuihua. Fellow countrymen, where are you from? She asked. We're from Shanghai, and you? The restaurant owner replied. We're originally from Haicheng, but we've settled down in Beijing City. This is my elder daughter, and this is my younger one. Are you folks settling down here? The restaurant owner nodded. Our family has been in M country for many years. In the end, Ni Tsuihua ordered dishes such as fish-flavored eggplant, braised egg, braised pork, braised sea fish, and vegetable tofu soup. The dishes were slightly sweet and salty and had the authentic taste of Shanghai. It was their first Chinese meal since arriving in M country, and the three of them enjoyed it immensely. After lunch, Ni Tsuihua lulled little Ni Yun to sleep in the hotel, while Ni Yang strolled along the beach, listening to the sound of the sea. She was wearing a burgundy cheongsam, her hair cascading down her back, a crystal clip on her ear, carrying a pair of small leather shoes, revealing white ankles as smooth as jade, her toes buried in the black sand, looking like a row of delicate little seashells. If time could stand still, this moment would be like a beautiful painting. We don't know how many people wanted to strike up a conversation with her but didn't have the courage to do so. Which country is she from? Looks like either H country or our country. No, she's from China. How can you tell? Look at her clothes. I studied Chinese history, and the dress she's wearing is called a cheongsam. It originated in the 1920s and is a unique Chinese attire. The cheongsam is so beautiful. I want to own one too. I'd love to visit China if I get a chance. These conversations on the beach were all heard from a nearby dining table. People from various countries were seated at the dining table. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they all had one thing in common: they were all trying to please the man seated at the head of the table. He was like the moon surrounded by stars. His beauty was unmatched. Even a single glance from him could invoke fear. However, at this moment, he was staring out the window at something, his eyes filled with unresolved darkness. This left the others at the table puzzled and unable to decipher the thoughts of the big boss. Mainly because there were too many people on the beach, and, given the distance, it wasn't clear who exactly he was looking at. Mr. Mogg, I propose a toast to you. A Caucasian man stood up and raised his glass towards the man at the head of the table. People from M country were always arrogant, and they harbored quite severe racial discrimination. Typically, it was rare for them to raise a glass to people from other countries. However, Mr. Mogg was a different case. He was celebrated as a prize jewel in Europe. The man raised his glass in a symbolic toast, took a sip, and then, as if remembering something, he stood up and began walking towards the door, his slow walk transforming into a jog and then into a sprint. At the dining table, a group of perplexed people hurriedly followed after him. The man looked back, irritated. Everyone, disperse. I have more important matters to attend to. We'll discuss the collaboration another day. He didn't compromise with these foreigners. Instead, he spoke in fluent Chinese. But when you reach a certain height in life, you no longer need to cater to others. It's others who cater to you. He was the perfect example of that. Thus, everyone in the business world knew that, if they wanted to work with Mr. Mogg, they had to master fluent Chinese. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed, curiosity nagging at them. What could be more important than a collaboration? This deal was worth more than 9 figures after all. The man continued running towards the seashore. The closer he got, the more certain he was that he wasn't mistaken. Yang was here. That was Yang. He hadn't expected to see Ni Yang here, and Mo Qishan felt his heart racing as though it might jump out of his chest. At this moment, this mysterious boss, usually so elegant and reticent, was as excited as a 3-year-old child. It was similar to how a monkey burst out of a stone in the 1988 adaptation of Journey to the West. He wanted to surprise Yang. And then kiss her, hug her, lift her up high. The fantasy was rich, but reality was raw. Mo Qishan was so excited that, without slowing down, he ran straight into Ni Yang, and due to the force, they both fell down on the beach. Just then, a wave crashed over them. Ni Yang was completely off guard. By the time she reacted, she was already on the beach, tightly held around her waist by someone. She was about to shout at the person when she saw a familiar face. Was this Mo Qishan? Ni Yang reached out to pinch his face. It felt real, and the skin under her fingertips was quickly turning red. Does it hurt? She asked. No. Mo Qishan replied. No pain? Was she dreaming? Ni Yang applied more pressure. Does it hurt now? Mo Qishan's face reddened from the pinch. Wife, it kind of hurts now, he said pitifully. Since he felt the pain, it meant she wasn't dreaming. Ni Yang's expression slowly turned to surprise. Brother Mo. Wife. Mo Qishan planted a fierce kiss on Ni Yang's face. Finding it not enough, he kissed her once again. One of Mo Qishan's men, responsible for his safety and watching them through binoculars, was astounded. Oh my God! The one pinning the young girl down on the beach and kissing her, was that really their boss? Chapter 541, Ancient Castle, Private Jet, and the Stunned Ni Tsuihua. _1 Perhaps, it's an illusion? He puts down the binoculars, rubs his eyes, and when he looks through them again, the scene hasn't changed. He gives his thigh a pinch, unwilling to believe what he's seeing. Ouch! It hurts. Damn it! This isn't an illusion. Gaping in disbelief, he continues studying the scene. The usually stern and unsmiling boss was now atop a young girl, unashamedly taking advantage of her. Then, he must have done something to anger her because she raises a hand and twists his face fiercely. Witnessing this, he could only kneel before her in awe. If he hadn't seen this with his own eyes, he would never believe that the mighty boss could be so smitten by a young girl. The boss he knew was aloof, stern, devoid of female company, and had even coldly rejected the confession of love by the Prime Minister's daughter of Y country. Despite her threatening suicide, he didn't bat an eyelid. Therefore, they had all guessed that perhaps the boss had a problem of some sort, which was why he had turned down the Prime Minister's daughter. After all, she possessed power, influence, and the title of Y country's most beautiful woman. Not to mention, she was also younger than the boss by 3 or 4 years. He wondered how the girl bewitching the boss looked, and whether she was more beautiful than the Prime Minister's daughter. In his line of vision through the binoculars, he could only make out a blurry side profile of the girl. Her skin was fair, and her hair was black. She probably wasn't from M country, but she couldn't certainly be identified as Chinese either, since residents of our country and H country looked quite similar to Chinese people. The most inferior pursuer that the boss had ever had was the Prime Minister's daughter of Y country. This girl might be a princess or a rich heiress from some Asian country. Big brother Mo, please get up, Ni Yang additionally pushes Mo Qishan. Can I kiss you again? No. Ni Yang turned her face away, please get up. Just one more kiss. Mo Qishan lowered his head and nibbled her chin. Alright, you can stop now. I've kissed you so many times, you should kiss me back. Otherwise, it isn't fair. Mo Qishan came forward with his lips. Mr. Mo, I've found that you're becoming more and more shameless. Ni Yang slapped his face. Mo Qishan responded earnestly, what's the importance of face? Is it more important than having a wife? Ni Yang, this man is such a dog. Ni Yang raised her head and symbolically kissed him, only for Mo Qishan, sporting an expensive wristwatch, to suddenly hold the back of her head. The subordinate on the other side, silently put down his binoculars. Before he did, he couldn't help but complain, where is the boss putting his hand now? Who would have guessed that the boss was like this? After a while, they finally stood up from the beach, to take a stroll along the shore. The sea breeze blew softly. Thankfully, it was summer, and their wet clothes were quickly dried by the wind. "Big brother Mo, weren't you in F country? When did you come to M country?" Yang asked. "I arrived a few days ago." Mo Chishan replied, "What about you? Why didn't you tell me when you came to M country?" If it weren't for his keen sight, he would probably have missed their encounter in M country. "Wasn't I afraid to disturb your work?" Mo Chishan held her hand tightly. "Where's the job that's more important than you? Promise me, you'll tell me wherever you go next time." Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. "Sweet talker. Every word comes from the heart." His words seemed casual, but every word was incredibly sincere. Yang smiled faintly, dimples appearing on her cheeks. "By the way," Mo Chishan continued, "has our mom also come? Have you no shame?" Yang kicked him lightly. "After all, I'll have to call her mom sooner or later," Mo Chishan said. "I need to get used to it." Yang, this man is not only becoming more and more dog-like, but he's also becoming increasingly shameless. "Did our mom come or not?" Mo Chishan kept asking. Yang was utterly defeated by his shamelessness. "Yes, she's here, currently resting in the hotel with Yun. When do you think they'll wake up?" "Under normal circumstances, maybe an hour or two." Mo Chishan then said, "I will take you guys somewhere this afternoon." "Where are we going?" Yang asked. "It's a secret for now," Mo Chishan continued. "First, go back with me to change clothes. Then let's go find our mom together." Although their clothes were now dry, they still bore the traces of seawater, making them uncomfortable to wear. Chapter 542, Ancient Castle, Private Jet, Tsuehua is shocked. _2. Yang followed Mo Chishan to his residence. It was a top-grade hotel on the island. Mo Chishan stayed in an undersea suite. The hotel only had one such suite, and it was the kind where you could see sharks from within your room without going out. Not only sharks, but also lanternfish, jellyfish, and various marine creatures. They all seemed incredibly fascinated by this room. This room isn't bad. Yang had stayed in a similar room in her last life, which cost 6 figures per day. But in this life, her financial situation wasn't yet up to that standard. Mo Chishan pressed a wall switch. In the moment he turned around, the light just happened to illuminate his face. "So, wife, would you like to move in and sleep with me? A gentleman as precious as jade, incomparable in the world." For an instant, Yang was slightly stunned. "Dream on." "Ah. My heart hurts so much." Mo Chishan immediately turned into a drama queen, pretending to be in pain. "Go and change your clothes." Yang continued, "I'll watch the fish for a while." Mo Chishan obediently went into the washroom. Yang stood by the glass wall, waving at a sea turtle. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yang walked over to open it. The butler of the hotel was there. "Hello, Miss Ni, these clothes were sent by Mr. Mo." The butler handed Yang a paper bag. "Okay, thank you." Yang took it. The butler then said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave now." "Okay." Yang nodded slightly. Mo Chishan came out of the fitting room drying his hair as soon as Yang closed the door. "Are the clothes here?" Yang, you should change quickly. There are new towels inside." Since they were already a couple, Yang didn't feel awkward and went into the washroom. Only when she took the clothes did she notice that Mo Chishan had even prepared her underwear. And the size was incredibly accurate. Did this dog of a man have a ruler in his hands? Yang's ears turned slightly red. After zoning out for a bit, Yang picked up the showerhead to bathe. Because her hair had some sand on it, she also shampooed her hair. After her bath, she felt completely refreshed. It was incredibly soothing. What Mo Chishan had prepared was a beautifully embroidered cheongsam. The embroidery on the cheongsam was incredibly intricate, adorned with rubies and pearls. Such lavish decoration looked neither vulgar nor ostentatious on Ni Yang, but rather exceptionally fresh and aesthetic. When Ni Yang came out, Mo Qishan had already finished drying his hair. He waved at Ni Yang, "Come here, wife, let me dry your hair." Ni Yang walked over, "I can do it myself." It felt awkward to let someone else handle this kind of thing. Mo Qishan didn't say a word, instead demonstrating his attitude with action. Ni Yang's wrist was captured, and before she knew it, she was sitting on his lap. "Don't move, let me do it." His movements were very gentle, as if handling a precious treasure. His fingers kept moving through her hair, leaving only the hum of the hair dryer in the air. "Mo Gij, have you ever dried hair for other female friends like this before?" Mo Qishan's shallow voice came from close by, "You are the first." "But your technique seems pretty skilled," Ni Yang remarked. His skills were almost comparable to a hairdresser. "Perhaps it's because I'm gifted." Mo Qishan continued, "Wife, I'm so envious of you. You've managed to find such an excellent husband like me." Ni Yang responded with disdain, "Please use your talent to torment someone else." "No, I only want to torment you. This life, the next life, the life after that." Ni Yang raised her eyebrows slightly, "I must have really bad luck then." Mo Qishan chuckled, "Then I'm really lucky." In no time, her hair was dried. Ni Yang was fixing her hair in front of the mirror when she noticed that she was missing one of her favorite crystal hairpins. She didn't notice during her shower. It must have fallen out when she was messing around in the sand with Mo Qishan. "Is something missing?" Mo Qishan hugged her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "A hairpin. Is it that crystal hairpin?" To be honest, the way that Ni Yang first caught Mo Qishan's attention was how the crystal hairpin reflected sunlight. After meeting Ni Yang, he only had eyes for her, completely forgetting about the hairpin. Chapter 543, Castle, Private Jet, and the Astounded Ni Tsuehua. _3. Yes, exactly that one. Ni Yang nodded. Then let's hurry back to check it now, it might still be on the beach. Okay. The two left the hotel to the beach and didn't see as much as a half-foot print, let alone the flip-flops. Ni Yang said, "Forget it, let's stop looking. I can buy another pair when we get home. Let's go back to the hotel, my mother should be awake by now." Mo Qishan, looking back at the beach, said, "Okay." Ni Yang was staying in a standard double room. There was a small living room and a kitchen, but they were on vacation, and not really cooking, though Tsuehua would make some vegetable and lean meat porridge every morning. Because she really couldn't get used to the breakfast here. "Hello, Auntie." Seeing Mo Qishan, Tsuehua exclaimed surprisingly, "Xiama, when did you come?" "I just arrived not long ago." Little Ni Yun said excitedly, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Mo Qishan, like a magician, pulled out a piece of candy for little Ni Yun. Little Ni Yun was even happier, laughing so much that she almost stomped a hole in the ground. "Brother-in-law, again. The term brother-in-law was so pleasing to hear. Mo Qishan generously offered little Ni Yun another piece of candy. "Mom, Brother Mo said he wants to take us out this afternoon." "Where are we going?" Tsuehua asked. "I don't know that," Ni Yang shrugged, he said it's a secret. Mo Qishan glanced at his watch, "It's about time, let's go out now." Ni Yang nodded. The 3 adults and 1 child left the hotel. In order not to disturb the young couple, Tsuehua deliberately walked behind holding the child. With Tsuehua there, Mo Qishan behaved properly and didn't dare to make any inappropriate moves. Even holding Ni Yang's hand required hesitation. Being affectionate in front of elders seemed a bit inappropriate. What if his potential mother-in-law thinks he's too frivolous? "Brother Mo, it seems like there is no way forward, and the pier isn't this far away." Ni Yang expressed her doubt. Could it be Mo Qishan planned to take them on a jungle adventure? Mo Qishan laughed, "Don't worry, I won't sell you." The area ahead was a wide dark beach, which seemed to be dominated by the four of them. There were no tourists, and several coconut crabs were lazily bathing in the sun on the beach. If it were not for the fact that they were tired of coconut crabs and various seafood, Yang would definitely run over to catch them. Just then, a rumbling noise suddenly resounded in the sky. This sound. Was it the sound of an helicopter? Yang frowned slightly, and as she looked up, indeed saw a helicopter flying over. Was this helicopter here to pick them up? Cuehua was also slightly stunned. Though she had been on a plane, this was her first time seeing a helicopter. In a short while, the helicopter landed in front of them. The cabin door opened and a tall pilot came out and respectfully said, "Sir." Mo Chishan gave a slight nod, then said, "Auntie, Yang, let's go in first." Cuehua, holding the child, went in first. Mo Chishan and Yang followed. As they ascended the steps, Mo Chishan carefully held onto her slender waist. As they seated inside the cabin, Cuehua still felt surreal. "Xiama, is this helicopter yours?" "Yes, Auntie," Mo Chishan nodded. At a time when ordinary homes couldn't even afford a bicycle, Mo Chishan actually owned a helicopter. He must be really rich. This helicopter must be very expensive, right? Cuehua asked. Mo Chishan replied, "It's okay, not too expensive." The pilot seated in the cockpit thought, indeed not too expensive, an 8-digit price tag in USD for a helicopter is really not much. Yang had actually noticed back at the hotel that Mo Chishan was not one to flaunt his wealth. He must have a very successful business abroad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford such an underwater suite. If Mo Chishan was really a prodigal, the Mo family's assets would not have been enough for him to squander. However, Yang is not interested in his real identity, because from the beginning, the man she fell in love with is Mo Chishan. No matter who he is, she will always stay faithful to him. But Yang never expected that Mo Chishan would actually arrange for a helicopter to come pick them up. "Brother Mo, can you tell us now where you're taking us?" Yang turned to look at him. "Keep it a secret for a little while longer." Mo Chishan continued, "You will know when we get there." Chapter 544, Ancient Castle, Private Jet, and the Stunned Cuehua. _4. The helicopter flew for about 2 hours before finally landing on top of a mountain. But this wasn't just an ordinary mountain, it was a very grand castle. The castle looked very magnificent, even more imposing than the one seen on television. "What kind of place is this?" Cuehua had never seen such a castle before. "This is Rust Castle," Mo Chishan explained. Yang's tone was light. "Brother Mo, did you buy this place?" "Yes," Mo Chishan nodded. Cuehua was stunned once again. Although she knew the Mo family was rich, she didn't know just how wealthy they actually were. "Let me show you around," Mo Chishan led the way. This was the first time Mo Chishan had brought a woman to the castle. The first person to be taken aback was the butler, Old Tom. Then it was the servants. Could the most beautiful one be the mistress of the castle? Indeed, she's a very beautiful Oriental girl. Old Tom immediately went to prepare dinner. Top-grade red wine, air-shipped foie gras, and fresh fruits and vegetables. There were top chefs from more than 50 countries in the castle, so the dinner was bound to be sumptuous. This was the most expensive, most luxurious private castle in M country, decorated exquisitely inside and out, emanating an artistic vibe everywhere. One feels calm and joyful just walking in it. Such beauty and awe are indescribable. Every vase or decoration within the castle is a work of a famous artist. This place is essentially a museum, where history and art are intertwined. Yang took out her camera to take photos. Cuehua said, Yang, let me take a photo of you and Xiama." "Sure," Yang nodded and handed her camera to Cuehua. In front of Cuehua, Mo Qishan felt a little embarrassed and dared not get too close to Ni Yang. Ni Tsuhua laughed, "Xiama, get a little closer to Yang Yang. This kid is too naive. She worries that Ni Yang might take advantage of him." Mo Qishan touched his nose, "Me and Yang Yang aren't married yet, it isn't proper." Ni Yang, when the hell did you think about being proper when you forcefully kissed me? This guy is simply a big wolf in sheep's clothing. Ni Tsuhua said, "It's fine. Society has changed, Xiama, why are you so conservative? Auntie isn't that old-fashioned." With more exposure to the world, her horizons had broadened and her thoughts were no longer constrained. Ni Tsuehua, after staying in M country for a while, had changed a lot. Then, Mo Qishan slowly moved closer to Ni Yang, quietly hooked Ni Yang's hand with his pinky. Looking up at him, Ni Yang noticed his pretense of ignorance. He's such a jerk. Ni Tsuhua took several photos of them. The background was the Grand Castle, but their presence overshadowed it. The castle was vast. They spent the entire afternoon touring it and still hadn't seen it all. In the end, a helicopter came to take them back to the main building. The dining room was over 100 square meters, the dining table was large and filled with delicious dishes. There was a steaming hot pot as well as exquisite steak, succulent foie gras, top-grade tuna sashimi. Although the table was large, they didn't worry about reaching the dishes, because more than a dozen servants were at their service. If they lingered on a dish, someone would help serve it. Ni Yang sighed inwardly, being rich is truly a good thing. She too, should work hard to reach this level of lifestyle. Ni Tsuehua was dazed throughout, she had never been served like this before. That night, the three of them stayed in the castle. Ni Tsuehua was watching TV on the sofa. "Yang Yang, can you tell me what Xiaomo's family does? How come they're so rich?" As Ni Yang casually ate an orange, she replied, "It's not the Mo family that's rich, it's Mo Qishan himself. Mom, one day he'll be this rich too, and buy you a grand castle." On this point, Ni Yang saw things clearly. Even with the Mo family's wealth, buying a castle and helicopters would be a challenge. Ni Tsuhua laughed, "I'm content with the life I have now, I don't need a castle." A year and a half ago, Ni Tsuehua would have never imagined she would be living the good life she was now. Chapter 545, Ancient Castle, Private Jet, and the Stunned Ni Tsuehua. _5. Ni Yang has now become very successful. Even though she can't yet afford a castle, she already owns several properties in Beijing and her career is gradually stabilizing. Ni Tsuehua believes that in the near future, Ni Yang will definitely have even greater breakthroughs. Emily is a genuine M country citizen from a decent family. This year, she's a freshman at a college that's different from regular colleges because it's military managed, and summer break only lasts 15 days. Therefore, after the trip to Miami, Emily didn't continue to travel with Ni Yang, but instead returned to school. On her first day back to school, Emily could hardly wait to open the Icy Skin Jade Skin set gifted by Ni Yang. The gift box set included facial cleanser, aloe vera gel, rose hydrosol, whitening moisturizer, acne cream, and a bottle of anti-wrinkle cream. Emily attentively studied the instruction manual, eventually using the hydrating and whitening skincare set. She didn't use the acne and anti-wrinkle creams because her current skin is without acne, and the anti-wrinkle cream could be given to her mother. "Emily, what are you unpacking?" A roommate walked in from outside the door. "A skincare set gifted by a good friend," Emily responded. Girls naturally have no resistance to skincare products, really? Let me see. The roommate sat on the bench across from Emily, picked up the aloe vera gel, and asked, "Do you mind if I open it to take a look?" "Not at all." Emily shook her head with a smile. The roommate peeled off the transparent foil from the aloe vera gel bottle, unscrewed the cap, and squeezed out a little gel onto the back of her hand. The transparent gel-like substance, with a faint refreshing fragrance, was instantly absorbed by the skin after application, leaving the skin feeling refreshed and clear. It was much more effective than the skincare products they usually used. The roommate amazedly commented, "This is the first time I've seen skincare products like this. Could you tell me where you bought it? I want to buy a set too." Emily said, "My good friend brought this back from China. You can't buy it here." "Oh, I also have some sample sizes here. If you think they're good after trying them, I can ask my friend to send us some more." "Really?" "Absolutely." Emily nodded. "Lina, when have I ever lied to you?" "Oh. Emily, you and your friend are just angels." Lina excitedly hugged Emily. Emily handed the sample-size bottle to Lina. "I'm going to try it now." Lina immediately took the sample and headed for the bathroom. Emily also followed Lina into the bathroom. Even in the economically developed country, they didn't have facial cleanser, and the two girls were in awe. "Oh my God, this facial cleanser is amazing. The Chinese are incredible. This rose hydrosol feels so good when I pat it on my face." The bathroom was filled with a subtle fragrance, making the other two roommates who had just returned very surprised. The next morning when Emily and Lina woke up, they realized that their skin felt different from usual. Especially Lina. When she started using the Icy Skin Jade Skin set, she had a few small pimples on her face, but now they have noticeably faded and don't hurt anymore. "My goodness! This Icy Skin Jade Skin is truly miraculous. Emily, you have to ask your friend to get a set for me, money is not an issue." Lina tightly grabbed Emily's hand. The students who could afford to be in this college were either rich or belonged to noble families, so they didn't care about money. Emily laughed and said, "All right, I'll definitely let her know." Seeing Lina's reaction, the other two roommates were curious, is this skincare product really that miraculous? They were also intrigued. "Really?" Lina nodded excitedly. "Look, my pimples have already started to disappear." Emily added, "And my skin has become smoother." The two roommates were still somewhat skeptical. They thought Emily and Lina might just be experiencing a placebo effect. How could a skincare product be so miraculous? However, Emily and Lina had only used it for one day. Even though there was a difference in their skin, the change wasn't drastic, so it was understandable for their roommates to be skeptical. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lina ran to open the door. It turned out that it was Emily's mother, Annie, who had come to visit Emily. "Mom!" The mother and daughter embraced each other warmly after a long separation. As Annie was leaving, Emily handed her the box of anti-wrinkle cream. "Mom, this is an anti-wrinkle cream. Take it home and try it, it works really well." "Anti-wrinkle cream?" Annie frowned slightly. "Are you squandering money on skincare products again? This was given to me by a very beautiful Eastern girl." Emily went on. "She's also a good friend I just met." Annie looked at the anti-wrinkle cream. "I've never seen this brand before. This brand is only available in China." Emily explained. "China?" Annie frowned again. "Oh, God. That's a terrible place." Emily then said, "China is growing, Mom, you shouldn't look at it with such prejudice." From the descriptions and introductions of Ni Yang in the past few days, Emily was filled with curiosity about the mysterious East. She was unhappy to hear her mother belittling China at this moment. "Emily, you're still young, you don't understand." "I'm an adult now," Emily replied. "Anyway, please don't talk about China like that." "Will this stuff spoil my face?" Annie asked. "No, Mom, your prejudice against China is too deep. I used this skincare product last night, and it works much better than those expensive products you buy." "Really?" Annie was somewhat incredulous. She had visited China once with her grandfather when she was very young. At that time, the men still wore long braids, and the women had bound feet and walked unsteadily. So, in her impression, China has always been a very underdeveloped country. Of course, she would not dare to use skincare products from such a backward country. What would happen if it ruined her face? You know, I never lie. Emily said seriously. Annie then put the wrinkle cream into her bag, and added, if you feel anything abnormal with your face, remember to take time off to go to the hospital. This skincare product works really well. Annie didn't say more. Well, I'm leaving now, remember to take good care of yourself in school. Emily saw Annie out of the school gate. After getting home, Annie casually tossed the wrinkle cream onto the coffee table. Although she loves to look beautiful and wants to eliminate the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and forehead, she isn't foolish enough to actually use this wrinkle cream. Just then, her good friend came over to chat with Annie in the evening. Seeing the wrinkle cream on the coffee table, she picked it up out of curiosity. My dear, when did you buy this wrinkle cream? Is it any good? For women in their 50s, wrinkles are their enemy. So, Caroline noticed this skincare cream as soon as she walked in. Annie shrugged. I don't know, it was given to Emily by her Chinese friend. Honestly, I would not dare to use this. Only Emily would be so daring. Chinese? Caroline was curious. Yes. Annie nodded. Caroline went on, if you're afraid to use it, give it to me. I want to try. Aren't you afraid it will ruin your face? Annie asked in surprise. Caroline joked, all beauty comes with risks. The temptation of the anti-wrinkle cream was just too great. To date, no anti-wrinkle creams had been released in the market of country. If you want it, take it, Annie continued, but I have to make it clear, I won't take responsibility for any risks. Caroline laughed, don't worry, I promise not to blame you. Chapter 546, Returning to my country, I feel like kneeling down and calling for Brother Yen. _1 Caroline took home the anti-wrinkle cream. But she was slightly unsure about using it right away since the product was from China after all. If it really did damage her face, who would she turn to? So, to be safe, she applied a tiny bit on the back of her hand first. Better to damage her hand than her face. The anti-wrinkle cream was a light pink, smelled faintly of herbal medicine, and was very gentle, feeling cool when applied to the back of her hand. Caroline evenly applied the cream to her left hand, then, filled with expectancy and trepidation, she drifted off to sleep. She had an extremely bad dream. In her dream, the hand she had smeared the cream on had rotted down to its skeleton. Caroline woke up from the fright, covered in cold sweat, and hurried to look at her hand. Thank God. In the silver lining of an unfortunate situation, her hand hadn't rotted away. Moreover, she wasn't sure if it was just a misperception, but she felt the skin on the back of her left hand was genuinely firmer than the day before. Caroline's movement also startled her sleeping husband. Dear, what's wrong? Nothing, I just had a nightmare. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. Her husband comforted her. Although there was no problem with the back of her left hand, Caroline still didn't dare to use the anti-wrinkle cream generously. After washing up, she went on applying more cream to the back of her left hand. If her hand is still unharmed 3 days later, she'll consider applying it to her face. The next day, Mo Qishan was still showing Ni Yang and Ni Tsuihua around the manor. Ni Tsuihua wanted to leave more time to the young couple, so she said, Yang, you tour around with Xiama, Yun, and I will go over there. Yun just insisted she wanted to swim. In the back garden of the manor, there was an outdoor swimming pool covering more than 200 square meters. Mo Qishan said, I'll have the butler follow you, he will arrange a car when you're tired. Furthermore, the manor was so vast, it was easy to get lost. All the servants in the manor can speak Chinese, so there's no need to worry about any language barriers. All right. Ni Tsuihua nodded, that would be great, Xiama. Mo Qishan said, Auntie, there's no need to mention it, it's my duty. By this time, country had some simple communication tools, akin to the later generation's walkie-talkies. Mo Chishan said a few words, and in less than 2 minutes, Old Tom arrived in a small car. "Please follow me." Old Tom's attitude was extra respectful, because he knew, Ni Tsuehua was no ordinary guest. Ni Tsuehua nodded, and under Old Tom's guidance, she set off on a different path. Ni Tsuehua was always eager to learn. Since she had decided to study English, she would not miss any opportunity to learn. In her conversation with Old Tom, she humbly asked him many questions. In a blink of an eye, only Mo Chishan and Ni Yang were left in the manor. Once Ni Tsuehua was completely out of sight, Mo Chishan finally dared to hold Ni Yang's hand. "Sweetheart, I missed you so much." What a death wish. Ni Yang gave Mo Chishan an icy stare. In front of Ni Tsuehua, he was a good boy, but before her, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Do you know? My mom is always worried that I will bully you." Ni Yang continued. Mo Chishan said in surprise, "Looks like our mother really approves of her son-in-law." Ni Yang, the two of them chatted and walked, everything they passed by was magnificent. "Brother Mo, how much did you spend to buy this manor?" Ni Yang asked. "I can't remember." He truly couldn't remember. Rich people can be so willful. Ni Yang summarized. Ni Yang then continued, "They say men become bad when they get rich. Brother Mo, will you?" "I want." Mo Chishan added, "Because all my money is yours." Ni Yang smiled. She thought, surely no woman could resist such words, right? After speaking, Mo Chishan took out dozens of international bank cards. "All my bank cards are here, and I've changed all the passwords to your birthday. Oh, and the deed to this manor as well as the property titles for the houses I've bought in Shanghai and Beijing will all be handed to you later, and the car keys and such, all yours." Ni Yang stood there stunned. Although Mo Chishan had said long ago that all his possessions were hers, she had never really taken it to heart because, in her cognition, no man would willingly offer everything to a woman. Chapter 547, Return Home, Want to kneel down and call for Brother Yen. _2. In her previous life, Ni Yang, as the president of the Ni Corporation, was surrounded by many successful men. Around them, she saw men who upheld power in their households, while flaunting their mistresses outside, with some men even maintaining 7 or 8 mistresses at once. Their wives, even if they knew the truth, would choose to keep their mouths shut. Because they were like the Cuscuta flower, unable to say no. Those seemingly glamorous wives of rich businessmen lived by relying on men, pleasing men, and lived in a humbled and weak manner. To Ni Yang, what Mo Chishan had generously presented was not just a dozen bank cards but a sincere and warm heart. Men might act like dogs, yet they could still be worthy of love. "Brother Mo, please keep these things. I can't accept them." "Why?" Mo Chishan was puzzled. Is it because his beloved wife no longer loves him and wants to find a replacement? Mo Chishan was suddenly flustered. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Because these are all earned by your efforts. I want to obtain everything I desire with my own hands." Compared to the Cuscuta flower, she prefers an equal love. "Boss, if you don't want these things, I will keep them for you. After all, they are yours, try as you might to disclaim it." Hearing Ni Yang was not rejecting him, Mo Chishan breathed a sigh of relief. "Also, I promise I want change." Mo Chishan added. Ni Yang nodded. "By the way, let's go and see the ranch. There are sheep, horses, and tuk-tuks there." "Sure." The ranch was located behind the castle, covering thousands of square meters. The shepherds and wranglers consisted of a happy family of 3. The father was 45 years old, the mother was 44, and they had a beautiful 19-year-old daughter. The daughter was named Lucia. "Sir, madam. This way, please." Mo Chishan and Ni Yang walked over. There were 2 new tuk-tuks here. A tuk-tuk was somewhat similar to a tractor, but it didn't have a large trailer at the back, only a seat. The sound it made when running was tuk-tuk-tuk. I don't know how to drive this, Ni Yang said, standing by the tuk-tuk with her arms crossed. It looks hard to operate. Lucia was about to offer to teach Ni Yang, but Mo Chishan intervened. I can teach you. Hearing this, Lucia tactfully stepped aside, leaving the space to the 2 of them. Mo Chishan climbed onto the tuk-tuk and reached out his hand to Ni Yang. Yang, come on up. Ni Yang placed her hand in Mo Chishan's and deftly climbed onto the tuk-tuk. Mo Chishan legitimately pulled her into his arms and began teaching her how to drive the tuk-tuk, hands over hers. The ranch was flat and open, with no obstacles, so the tuk-tuk could run freely. Ni Yang was a quick learner, so she caught on after Mo Chishan taught her once. Brother Mo, I've learned it. You can get down now. No, you haven't learned it. Mo Chishan wouldn't get off. It was at this moment that Mo Chishan discovered that having a wife who was too smart was not necessarily a good thing. I really have learned it. No, you really haven't. Ni Yang knew his intention and laughed. Okay, I haven't learned it. Could Mr. Mo teach me a little longer? It is my duty to serve my wife, Mo Chishan said contentedly, resting his chin on Ni Yang's shoulder. It was really refreshing to drive the tuk-tuk on the open grassland. It wasn't until an hour later that they got off the tuk-tuk. They lay on the soft grass, hands behind their heads, gazing at the blue sky. To be exact, Ni Yang was looking at the blue sky, while Mo Chishan was looking at her. Sometimes the eyes can be wide enough to encompass all the wealth in the world or narrow enough to only fit her. Mo Chishan looked at her, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up in a faint smile. The gentle wind blew from afar, and all the peaceful years were not as comforting and enjoyable as this moment. Brother Mo, we are planning to go to New York tomorrow and return to our country on the 20th, Ni Yang said, turning her head to look at Mo Chishan. Today is the 14th, so there are still 6 days until the 20th, Mo Chishan, surprised, said, why are you going back so soon? It's not easy to get to country. Why don't you stay a few more days? We arrived on the 2nd of this month. Ni Yang laughed. By the 20th, we would have already been here for half a month. Mo Chishan continued, go back at the end of the month. Stay at the castle for a few more days. Ni Yang thought for a moment, we can stay 1 more day and go to New York the day after tomorrow. It was their honeymoon period, and in fact, she also didn't want to part with Mo Chishan. Stay a few more days. Chapter 548, Want to return to my country, kneel down and call for Brother Yen. _3. No, we must still leave some time to travel around New York. And in New York, there's the Statue of Liberty, but at this time, the Statue of Liberty had yet to be transported over. The Statue of Liberty was packed up and shipped to New York in June 1885, and in October 1886, it was unveiled by the then president of country himself in New York. In her previous life, Ni Yang visited New York many times and saw the Statue of Liberty just as often, but she's never seen the Hudson River estuary at Liberty Island without the Statue of Liberty. This time, she wanted to go over and take some photos as keepsakes. In that case, I'll go with you. Mo Chishan followed up. Ni Yang reached out to pinch Mo Chishan's face. Brother Mo, go take care of your business. You don't have to accompany us, really. What kinds of things would I have to do? Now, accompanying his wife and mother-in-law is the most important thing. Everything else, to Mo Chishan, was insignificant and not worth mentioning. Brother Mo, I'm serious. I really don't need your company. Ni Yang didn't want to hold up Mo Chishan's work because of herself. But I just want to accompany you. Mo Chishan resorted to acting shamelessly, like an adhesive plaster, darling. You won't be able to shake me off for the rest of your life. When he finished speaking, he reached out directly and brought her into his arms. Lucia watched the two of them, sprawling on the lawn, a look of envy in her eyes. Growing up in this ranch, she knew how wonderful being wealthy can be, that wealth basically allows for one to live as they please. It's not so much Mo Kishan's wealth she's envious of, but more Ni Yang. How nice it is to be beautiful. Doing nothing, yet having people willing to give everything for her. Before meeting Ni Yang, she thought she herself was pretty beautiful, but after meeting Ni Yang, she understood, she couldn't even be considered a pale imitation in the eyes of the Chinese. When will she be like Ni Yang, meeting someone who would give her everything? Lucia looked up towards the sky. For the rest of the day, Ni Yang romped around the entire castle with Mo Kishan, their laughter echoed in every nook and cranny of the castle. On the second day, Mo Kishan went to New York with them. Mo Kishan owns property in New York. A helicopter took them directly to his villa. The Hudson River estuary at Liberty Island without the Statue of Liberty felt like it was missing something. Ni Yang handed her camera to Mo Kishan. "Brother Mo, take a picture for us." "All right." Mo Kishan took the camera. "Xiama, come over and take a group photo with us." Ni Tsuhua spoke up. Mo Kishan looked somewhat flattered. He handed the camera to a passerby. "In New York, of course, you can't miss the museum. It was once said that New York would lose half of its charm if it didn't have its museum." After visiting the museum, they went to the Brooklyn Bridge, a 100-year-old suspension bridge that spans the East River in New York, connecting Manhattan and the Brooklyn district. Standing on the bridge, you could see the Manhattan skyline. The good times always passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye it was the 19th, and the next day was when Ni Yang would return home, so she went shopping at the mall that day. Yang, I want go. I'm too tired from these few days. You go with Xiama." On one hand, Ni Tsuihua wanted to give the two some alone time, on the other hand, she was just genuinely tired. She pretty much didn't rest these few days, and sightseeing can be rather draining. Ni Yang nodded. "All right, you rest well then. Mo Kishan and I will go." "Oh, Mom, is there anything you want to buy?" "I don't have anything I want to buy." Ni Tsuhua shook her head. She had already bought quite a lot during their trip. Mo Kishan followed Ni Yang out the door. "Your mom is really great." "Of course, how else would she be my mom?" Ni Yang boasted a little. The two of them arrived at the mall. This was a major shopping center in the heart of New York City. Its splendor gave Ni Yang a sense of déjà vu, reminding her of her future life. Ni Yang first went to the pen section, buying that Parker pen for Li Ronghua. $30, about 240 renminbi. Mo Kishan wanted to pay, but Ni Yang stopped him. "Brother Mo, you're not allowed to pay today." "Why?" Mo Kishan looked aggrieved. "Because I have money." Mo Kishan had already spent quite a bit on this trip, Ni Yang didn't want him to bear all the expenses. Mo Kishan wanted to say something else, but Ni Yang continued. "What did you say last time? You said you'd listen to me in everything. It hasn't been that long, and you've forgotten already?" Chapter 549, Want to return to my country, kneel down and call Brother Yen. _4. Alright then. Mo Kishan touched his nose. Money doesn't matter anyway, as all his money is his wife's. After buying the pen, Ni Yang also bought several scarves and bags, which she planned to give as gifts. She also bought some jewelry from the jewelry store, and picked up some gifts for Mo's parents. While Ni Yang was on a shopping spree, Mo Kishan was following her, holding her shopping items. In no time, Mo Kishan's hands were filled with shopping bags. When they passed by a men's clothing store, Ni Yang suddenly stopped. "Wait a moment, bro Mo. What's up?" Mo Kishan looked confused. "Let's go in and have a look." Ni Yang turned around and walked into the store. "Alright." Mo Kishan followed her into the store. "This trench coat seems nice." Ni Yang was standing in front of a dark blue trench coat. Bro Mo, you should try it on. Ni Yang took off the trench coat and stuffed it into Mo Kishin's arms. Mo Qishan looked at Ni Yang with a hint of surprise. He did not anticipate that Ni Yang would buy clothes for him. The happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? What are you standing there for? Come on, try it on. Ni Yang smiled. Madam, you have a great taste. This is a new item that just arrived in our store. The saleswoman walked over with a smile. What material is this? Ni Yang asked. It's wool and cotton. Oh. Ni Yang nodded. She then pushed Mo Qishan towards the fitting room. Quickly go and try it on, I'll wait for you here. When Mo Qishan came out of the fitting room, Ni Yang was mildly stunned for a moment. He was standing against the light, sprinkled with specks of crystalline lighting, casting a faint halo around him. He had an unapproachable aura, wild yet rebellious. The knee-length trench coat accentuated his long legs like he is 1.8 meters tall. His wristwatch, with a chill glint, peeked out from his sleeve, adding an innate noble touch to his persona. He exuded sharpness and an edge as if he had seen it all. He would definitely outshine all those arrogant CEOs in the novels. Not bad, very handsome. Ni Yang nodded. She went over to adjust Mo Qishan's collar. Mo Qishan smiled. How could I not look good in clothes chosen by my wife? Ni Yang laughed. Then well, take this one. As she spoke, Ni Yang went to the cashier to pay. The trench coat was $500. The few $1,000s that Ni Yang brought along were long spent. Fortunately, you could directly exchange for USD at banks in M country. After buying the clothes, the couple went to a restaurant for lunch. By the time they returned to Mo Qishan's villa, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The next morning, Mo Qishan drove Ni Yang and her friends to the airport. If time permitted, Mo Qishan would even be willing to fly back with them. Ni Yang. Just as Mo Qishan had said goodbye in the departure hall, he saw a 17 to 18 years old female student running towards them. Emily. Ni Yang stood up and waved at her. Emily ran directly up to them and hugged Ni Yang. Mo Qishan was a bit confused at the sight. Why would they hug? He wouldn't even dare to hug his wife like that in front of his mother-in-law. Ni Yang, are you guys leaving today? Emily let go of Ni Yang after a moment. Ni Yang nodded, yes. Oh, this is my boyfriend, Mo Qishan. Bro Mo, this is Emily, my good friend from M country. The first sentence was in English, and the second in Chinese. The switch between the two languages was very smooth. Mo Qishan greeted her gracefully, hello. Hello. As soon as she finished speaking, Emily whispered into Ni Yang's ear, oh my god. Your boyfriend is so handsome. Thank you. Ni Yang smiled slightly. Ni Yang, could you send me a few sets of beauty skin after you go back home? I've got 2 roommates who also want to buy it. We all want the whitening moisturizer, and one of us wants the acne cream. No need for the wrinkle cream. After all, they were all young students and didn't need anti-wrinkle products yet. Sure. Ni Yang nodded. Are 5 sets enough? Yes, that's enough, Emily nodded, then took out $200 from her pocket and handed it to Ni Yang. That was the equivalent of 1,600 renminbi. Ni Yang took out $12.50 from her pocket and gave it back to Emily. 5 sets of beauty skin only cost 1,500 renminbi. Emily refused to take it, keep the change as a tip. Ni Yang stuffed the money back into Emily's hand. Friends don't need tips. Chapter 550, Returning to my country, I feel like kneeling down and calling for Brother Yen. _5. Emily finally accepted the gift, wishing you, your aunt, and Ni Yun a smooth journey. Ni Yang smiled, thank you. Mo Qishan was now a bit impressed with Ni Yang's social skills. He hadn't anticipated that in such a short time, she not only made good friends but also successfully sold her product. If this was the case, it wouldn't be long until they could break into M country's market with the ice skin jade product. She was amazing. His wife was truly amazing. At 7:30 in the morning, Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua were on time for their flight. He didn't know what Mo Qishan did, but the airport staff actually let him go to the boarding gate. Before boarding, he suddenly hugged Ni Yang. "Remember to think of me, wife." Ni Yang patted his back. "Will thinking of you 3 times a day be enough?" "Only 3 times?" Mo Qishan was a bit disappointed. Ni Yang smiled lightly. "Isn't it enough to think of you once in the morning, afternoon, and evening?" "Brother Mo, don't be too greedy." "Well, I guess that would be just about enough." Mo Qishan deeply inhaled the scent of her hair. He watched as the time for the flight to take off was approaching and reluctantly let her go. "Goodbye, brother Mo." Mo Qishan went inside the cabin and waved goodbye to him. "Bye-bye." The airplane flew further and further away, eventually disappearing into the clouds, and a certain man's heart also flew away with it. When they arrived at Beijing Airport, it was 7 o'clock the next morning. As soon as Ni Yang got off the plane, she saw Wu Daming waiting there. He waved excitedly at Ni Yang, sixth sister-in-law, and, "Over here." "Wu Daming, how did you know to come here?" Ni Yang was a bit surprised because she hadn't told Wu Daming when she would return. "Sixth brother asked me to pick you up." Although Mo Qishan was abroad, the two could communicate via international calls. When Mo Qishan was abroad, Wu Daming was in charge of handling affairs at home. Ni Yang nodded. "Oh, I see. Thanks for the trouble." "It's no trouble," Wu Daming scratched his head. Everyone got in the car. Ni Tsuehua happily said, "Xiao Wu is really a good boy. Did you find a girlfriend this year?" Wu Daming's face turned a little red. "Not yet. The elders always like to worry about these issues." "How old are you this year, Xiao Wu?" Ni Tsuehua continued to ask. "I'm 23 this year." 23? You're not young at 23, you should find a girlfriend. When I was your age, Yang was already 4 years old, Ni Tsuehua added. Wu Daming said, "Perhaps it's just not my time yet. My family has introduced me to several girls, but I haven't met the right one yet." He had built a 3-story Western-style house in his hometown last year, and since then, there had been a constant stream of matchmaking options. But there were very few girls who were to his liking. After all, they were to spend their lifetimes together. It wouldn't be suitable if they couldn't get along. "Xiao Wu, Auntie here knows a nice girl. She's very pretty and has a good personality. Do you want me to introduce her to you?" "Really?" Wu Daming looked surprised. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Ni Yang, curious, asked, "Mom, who are you thinking of introducing to Wu Daming?" There were quite a few 18 or 19-year-old girls in Jinghua village, but Ni Yang didn't know who had caught Ni Kuihua's eye. "Gooden's sister, Ronghua," Ni Tsuehua answered. Li Ronghua was beautiful and considerate, and she had helped Ni Tsuehua a lot, so Ni Tsuehua really liked this girl. Moreover, Wu Daming was a good prospect. If Li Ronghua ended up with him, she certainly wouldn't have a hard life. Ni Yang laughed. "Mom, Sister Ronghua already has a boyfriend. Maybe you can introduce someone else to Wu Daming." "She has a boyfriend? How come I haven't heard of it?" Ni Tsuehua said incredulously. Yang, are you mistaken?" "No, I'm not mistaken. On this trip to M country, she even asked me to bring a pen for her boyfriend." "I see," Ni Tsuehua looked regretful. Right after, Ni Tsuehua continued, "But Xiao Wu, don't worry. Besides this girl, I know other young girls. I will definitely introduce someone suitable to you." Wu Daming laughed. "Thank you, Auntie. Why are you still being so polite with Auntie?" Soon, they arrived at Jinghua village. Before getting out of the car, Ni Yang took a small gift box out of her luggage and handed it to Wu Daming. Wu Daming, this is a gift for you. Sixth sister-in-law, you're too polite. I can't accept this. Mostly because he wanted to stay safe and well. He wasn't daring enough to accept it. Chapter 551, Want to return home, kneel down and call for Brother Yen. _6. Ni Yang knew his concerns, and laughingly said, Don't worry, this gift was purchased by Mo and me together. He personally selected it for you. Really? Wu Daming was somewhat incredulous. Yes. Ni Yang nodded affirmatively. Ni Yang was not fooling him, this gift was indeed personally chosen by Mo Qishan for Wu Daming. Although Mo Qishan was often jealous, he wasn't unreasonably so. If he did not trust Wu Daming, he wouldn't have allowed Daming to drive Ni Yang back and forth. Only then did Wu Daming accept it. Thank you then, sister-in-law. You're welcome. Ni Yang carried on, We'll be heading back now, you should too. Let me accompany you back, sister-in-law, this suitcase seems quite heavy. The village roads were rough, the luggage tough to drag about, it was better to carry it on the shoulder. Ni Yang laughed, That won't be necessary, you might not be able to handle the weight. Can't handle it? How could he as a grown man not be able to manage it? Wu Daming laughed, Sister-in-law, you underestimate me. Having said so, he grabbed the suitcase. It was so heavy. No way. He was a man, he had to uphold his masculine pride. Wu Daming gritted his teeth, putting his utmost strength into it, his face turning red, but the suitcase still could not be lifted. Ni Yang laughed, All right, let me. You should head back now. While Ni Yang was speaking, she grasped the suitcase's handle and effortlessly lifted it onto her shoulder. What the hell? Big boss. Wu Daming was astounded, was he hallucinating? Sister-in-law is so powerful. Wu Daming swallowed nervously, feeling some inexplicable worry for Mo Qishan's future domestic position. Ni Yang strutted all the way home, carrying the suitcase. If you spoke of dominance, this was it. Wu Daming thought he perhaps shouldn't address Ni Yang as sister-in-law, he should kneel and call her Brother Yang instead. On the way home, Ni Yang encountered many villagers busy with field work. Hey, Yang's mom, Yang's back huh? Is country fun? Is country all that different from ours? Tsuehua had a bag on her shoulder, filled with country snacks. She shared these with everyone, while talking about the things she saw and experienced in country. While country was fun, it doesn't compare to our China. The food wasn't good either, they don't even have the snow radish. We took a lot of pictures, you all are welcome to come over to our house to see them whenever you're free. There were more and more people out working in the fields, and more people gathering around Tsuehua. Ni Yang saw they didn't seem about to disperse, and decided to head home carrying the suitcase. Ni Yang was still at the entrance when Duo enthusiastically flew over, circled above Yang's head and finally landed on her other shoulder. Chirp. Chirp. Duo. Ni Yang felt warm inside, she turned her head, and nuzzled Duo's little head with her cheek. Upon returning home, the first thing Ni Yang did was to take out the imported bird food she had bought for Duo. Fearing Qihua's snacks weren't enough to share, after feeding Duo, Ni Yang brought another big bag of imported snacks over to Tsuehua. Seeing Ni Yang brought more treats, the villagers exclaimed, Yang's mom, you really raised a good daughter. Our 3 sons combined can't compare to your Yang. Isn't it? If it wasn't for Yang, could our village be enjoying such good times now? Chapter 552, Reminder for Li Ronghua to go to Dr. Wang's house _1 Now, the villagers in Jinghua village no longer grow rice, but mainly grow roses, portulaca, and aloe vera instead. In the past, they could save up to about 180 yuan a year. Now, they can make 100 to 200 yuan a month just from roses and aloe vera. Add to that, Some of them also have family members working in Ni Yang's factory and store, so they make at least 300 yuan a month. People with high salaries like Li Ronghua and Ni Chenggui are still in the minority. After all, not many can be store managers. But in the 1980s, it was quite wealthy for a family to have an income of 300 yuan per month. After all, a worker only made 30 yuan a month at that time. It's Ni Yang who made Jinghua village what it is today. Ni Tsuihua wore a radiant smile on her face. More than once, she had felt fortunate to have a good daughter like Ni Yang. If it hadn't been for Ni Yang, she couldn't even begin to imagine the life she would be leading now. On the other side, after Wu Daming got in the car, he couldn't wait to unwrap the gift that Ni Yang had given him. In the gift box was a delicate game console. He had wanted to buy this game console for a long time, but he had never brought himself to. Unexpectedly, Ni Yang was so generous, and the gift was worth more than 300 yuan. In fact, Mo Qishan is not stingy at all. He is very generous to Wu Daming, and even raised his monthly salary to 800 yuan. However, Wu Daming was born into poverty. He grew up in hard times. There were even times when he had to eat guanyin mud to stave off hunger. So, he doesn't want to spend money lavishly. Every month, he would send home 100 yuan to support his family, and save the rest for his future wife and child. He doesn't want his future wife and child to go through the same hardships that he had. He spent over 20,000 yuan on building a house last year. Although Wu Daming hasn't saved much this year, he is still much better off than an average worker. After all, his monthly salary equals the wages of a regular worker for 2 years. Wu Daming was studying the game console in the car when he suddenly felt someone bang on the car door frantically. Filled with anger, Wu immediately wound down the window, but before he could say anything, the other person began to curse him. "Hey! What's your problem? You think you're special because you have a car? Do you think parking in the middle of the road is okay? Can't you see you're blocking the way? You look like a decent man, why do you act so poorly?" The person cursing him was a young girl. She was very beautiful, albeit a bit fiery. "I'm sorry. I'll move it right away." Seeing that Wu Daming had quickly apologized, her anger lessened a bit. It was none other than Li Ronghua, who was off work that day. She was transporting some rose seedlings to plant in her field when she came across the path blocking Wu Daming. It's not entirely her fault that she got angry. She had been shouting from behind his car for several minutes, but the person inside hadn't responded at all, so she left her cart and came over to knock on the car window. Li Ronghua had never been in a car before. She didn't know that the car was soundproofed, so she thought Wu Daming was deliberately ignoring her. After Wu moved his car to a small road on the left, Li Ronghua went back, pulled up her cart, and continued her journey. In addition to rose seedlings, there were also organic fertilizers on the cart, which made it very heavy, especially because it was an uphill path here. Ronghua, being a girl, found it hard to pull the heavy cart uphill. Seeing this, Wu Daming quickly got out of the car to help her push the cart. Li Ronghua suddenly felt much lighter on her shoulder, and she managed to climb the slope. Looking back, she saw that it was the driver from before who had helped her. "At least you have some conscience." Wu Daming smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "This girl is really hard to get along with. Whoever marries her in the future will truly be unfortunate." Ronghua didn't add anything more and continued pulling her cart. Wu Daming also drove away. In M country. After applying the anti-wrinkle cream on the back of her hand for 3 days, Caroline began to use it on her face. After using it for a week, the changes on Caroline's face were significant. The wrinkles around her eyes were disappearing at a visible speed. It was a new change every day. Caroline was overjoyed. She quickly found her good friend, Annie. "Annie. What's up, Caroline?" Caroline excitedly said, "Annie, look at my face." Confused, Annie said, "What about your face? Have you started using that bottle of anti-wrinkle cream?" Chapter 553, Reminder for Li Ronghua to go to Dr. Wang's house _2. Yes. Annie said excitedly, dear, look at my face. Aren't there fewer wrinkles? That was when Annie noticed Caroline's face. It wasn't clear if it was an illusion, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like there were indeed fewer wrinkles on Caroline's face. Could it be that skincare products from China really were that miraculous? Annie continued, Caroline, have you been using any other skincare products during this period? Perhaps, this was the effect of some other skincare products. No. Caroline shook her head, I have only been using the anti-wrinkle cream during this period. The anti-wrinkle cream from the brand Ice Skin Jade is truly exceptional. Could you ask Emily to buy a few more bottles from her friend? To avoid confusion, Caroline specifically stopped using other skincare products. It was not easy finding an effective skincare product, so she was quite excited at this time, wanting to buy several bottles of anti-wrinkle cream immediately, as it made her feel secure. Annie frowned slightly and said, dear, don't get too excited. Some skincare products only show their real efficacy in the long run. You have only been using it for a few days. A backward place like China, how could there possibly be such a fantastic wrinkle cream? When it came to skincare products, sometimes, they worked well initially, but became less effective later on, or even produced side effects. Caroline calmed down a bit because what Annie said made sense, she seemed to have celebrated a bit too soon. Then, I shall continue using it for a while. Caroline added. Annie nodded, usually, you'll see the effects after using it for a month. Caroline, if you feel uncomfortable, remember to go to the hospital immediately. This isn't a joking matter. Caroline nodded, yes, I understand. Jinghua Village, China. After Ni Yang got home, Yang Xiaowan told her, a man introducing himself as Dr. Wang had come looking for her. Dr. Wang? Ni Yang thought for a while, then said, is he an old man with white hair and a white beard? Yes, it's him, Yang Xiaowan said, but there was also an old man with him, he said he had something to discuss with you, but he didn't say what it was. If Dr. Wang was seeking her out, he likely wanted to discuss medical issues. Ni Yang said, I'll go see him tomorrow then. Since she was back from country, she should pay Dr. Wang a visit. Yang Xiaowan said, I delivered the message. Yang, I'll head back to work now. Auntie Yang, wait a moment. Ni Yang called out to the departing figure of Yang Xiaowan. Yang Xiaowan asked, Yang, is there anything else? Ni Yang took out over a dozen beautiful small gift boxes from her suitcase and handed them to Yang Xiaowan. Auntie Yang, these are presents that I brought back from country for you and everyone else, could you help me distribute them? There were only 12 workers temporarily handling production in the skincare workshop. Although it was a small team, their output was not low, sufficient to supply 3 retail stores. After all, skincare products only required small bottles. Yang Xiaowan was slightly embarrassed. Yang, you're too courteous. Even when you are traveling such a long distance, you still thought about getting us presents. Ni Yang was truly a good boss. Not only did she offer a high salary, she also gave bonuses during holidays. Even when she had gone to country, she did not forget about them. In this era, finding a good boss was truly hard. Some jobs even required nepotistic connections to secure. Ni Yang laughed, it's not anything expensive, as long as you don't mind. We don't mind at all. Why would we mind? Yang Xiaowan went to the workshop and distributed the gifts Ni Yang had sent. Let's see what's inside. Whatever Yang gave is sure to be good. This is real imported stuff. Wow. It's a watch. A voice filled with joy sounded from the crowd. A lovely lattice watch, small and delicate strap, and the watch face decorated with tiny diamonds which shimmered under the light, emitting a rainbow glow. In this era, a watch was a rare thing. Only those from well-off families would buy one, usually as part of a wedding ceremony. Even though they knew that whatever Ni Yang gave would not be disappointing, who could have imagined that Ni Yang would give each person a wristwatch? I have seen this watch in the international market. It costs more than 200 yuan. And it can only be bought with foreign exchange coupons. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled Sword Will YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.